We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey everybody, it's me, the Shy Hat. All right, everybody, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs after school today. Or we were going to do HackerFrogs after school, but it seems that due to some organizational mishaps, we're going to need to postpone our HackerFrogs after school digital forensics course. And it's going to start on Wednesday now instead of today on Monday, but that's fine. We've got some additional materials that we're going to be covering today. So let's see. Modish in YouTube says, is me watching through YouTube support you better since I have premium compared to Twitch? Watch with whichever application you feel more comfortable with. So if you like watching stuff on YouTube, then go ahead and watch on YouTube. I wouldn't watch VODs on Twitch because Twitch VODs don't really contribute anything to the streamer. If you're going to watch VODs, then you might as well do it on YouTube. Thank you very much, Modish. Okay, so what are we doing today? We got three things going on as per usual. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to shift gears a little bit because of the organizational shifting around. We're going to be doing a different activity for the first hour of today's stream. We're going to be taking a look at hackmyvm.eu. This is a website where you can access a lot of different cybersecurity education materials. And GradXT says, let's see, if you had premium, you won't have to deal with ads like you would on Twitch. That's true, and I think on YouTube, I get a cut of people who would have watched advertisements if they have YouTube Premium. So yeah, so whichever thing that you're most comfortable using, YouTube or Twitch, that's what you want to use. Okay, so what's going on hackmyvm.eu? So this is what we're going to do is we're going to do some CTF labs over here. So they've got a section on this website called HMV Labs, and they've got 3 different lab environments over here. And the first one is called Venus. This has this deals with using basic Linux commands to do a lot of fun things. So chapter 1, Venus over here, this first lab, it's not super difficult until you get to the very end of the levels. But the second lab over here is called Hades, and it says for people who want more advanced CTF Linux challenges over here. So most of the challenges that I've taken a look at over at Hades have been Linux privilege escalation type scenarios. So this is what we're going to be covering in the first hour of today's stream. And in the second hour of today's stream, we're going to go back to, we're going to do even more Linux stuff, and we're going to be covering the Bandit CTF labs. So Bandit CTF labs are, let me go ahead and pull this up on the GitHub. We've been going through these levels from the Bandit CTF from Over the Wire. It's another Linux-based CTF lab, and we're closing in on the end of the game. So I think the levels will go up to about 30 something. I think it's like 35. We can check over here. So we're currently, yeah, it goes up to level 34, and I think we're currently on level 22 or 23, one of those. And it's only going to take us maybe 1 to 3 more sessions to make it through all of the rest of the labs for Over the Wire Bandit. So we're going to be working on that in the second hour. Hopefully we're going to be able to make it up to about level 25 or 26 today. We'll see how it goes. And the last thing we're going to be doing over on the stream in the third and fourth hours of today's stream is we're going to be doing a challenge from Dockerlabs. So Dockerlabs is our favorite Spanish language cybersecurity education site, and this is a great little website where you can download vulnerable Docker containers and deploy them to your network and then do hacking against them. BS, hello, nice to see you here. And man, that is some profile picture you have there. I can't tell what it's some sort of white mask, but it looks it's very striking. Anyways, BS, thank you, and welcome to the stream. Let me go ahead and give you a Frieza. Oh, it's Frieza from Dragon Ball. Okay. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Here you go. Okay, Ronan, hello, nice to see you here. And Kmark, wow, we've got a lot of people early on in the stream. That's great. Okay, so in the third and fourth hours of today's stream, we're going to be doing a challenge from Dockerlabs over here, and it's going to be called Redirection. So if you want to check out this challenge yourself ahead of time, then you can follow the download link over here. I'll just paste it in the chat. And if you want to check out the labs from it's called, what was it? Hack My VM. We're going to be doing these CTF labs over here first. So you're going to need to be logged in to see this information, but yeah, what do we have? Let's go ahead and start our first activity of the day. We're going to be doing some challenges from the Hades lab over here. So the host is over here, Hades hades.hackmyvm.eu, and we're going to be accessing it using SSH. So I guess let me provide all the information that we're going to need to log in via SSH. And then let's go ahead and start the exercise. So let's go ahead and log in via SSH. So let's see. So the username is going to be hacker, and the server is going to be hades.hackmyvm.eu on port 6666. Okay, so let's go ahead and log in via SSH. If you want to join in yourself, you don't necessarily need to have a Linux VM. I think you can use this web accessible VM over here. It's called Bellard JS Linux. So this is a little Linux virtual machine that's Java based, or sorry, it's JavaScript based. And I'm pretty sure you can log in via SSH from one of these web machines as well. So actually, maybe we should do that just for fun. So just for fun, we'll do this first level on JS Linux. So let me grab my SSH command here, and then we'll go over to JS Linux. We'll paste in our command. Okay. Let's see if it actually works. Sometimes the network connections on these virtual machines, these web accessible virtual machines, is a bit spotty. But let's take a look. We need to give the password. The password is be good ! So be good ! We should be in. All right. So for each one of the levels on the Hades CTF lab, GradXT asks, is this the first time we're doing an HackMyVM on stream? No, I used to do a lot of HackMyVM content maybe a few months ago, but it's the first time we've done HackMyVM content in a long time. And in fact, if you go over to the YouTube page, there's a lot of HackMyVM like videos, walkthrough videos that I've published over there. But it's the first time we've done HackMyVM stuff in a while, in a good long while. But anyways, let's go ahead and start this level of the game. So in each one of these levels, there's going to be a mission.txt file, and we can go ahead and read that. It's going to tell us what is going on in the level and what we need to do to solve the level. So the interesting thing about this is that HackMyVM is also a Spanish language cybersecurity education platform. So each one of the sets of information over here is going to be in both Spanish and English. I appreciate the fact that they that they translated into English so that we don't have to do a lot of translation from Spanish. But actually, if you want to metagame a little bit, some of the levels give hints, and the hints for the levels are going to appear in both the Spanish language mission text as well as the English language one. So it says here, user Acantha has left us a gift to obtain her powers. So left us a gift to obtain her powers. We need to figure out what this means, and we need to solve the level by becoming the user Acantha some way, or by finding their password. So how can we do this? So first of all, an obvious thing that we could do is we could try looking for files that are owned by the Acantha user. So we would use the find command like this. So find /, which means the entire file system, -user, Acantha, and everything that is an error message is going to go into the dev null device, which means it basically doesn't appear. So if we run this, we're going to see that there is a Acantha pass file. So that seems easy enough. Let's go ahead and read that file and see if it is actually their password. Okay, so it says permission denied. It says permission denied, so I guess, what other... Okay, we also have a test.sh file over here. Maybe we can check this one out instead. So we can't read this file, but we assume that the account user's password is in here. So let's take a look at this other file, test.sh. So we might as well cat this out. Oops. Okay, so it says what is this? It looks like this might be a user created file. Oh, this is probably a user created file because it's in the temp directory. Right, right. Okay. SUIDs. SUIDs. I should probably take a look at what's in this directory here, just in case there's something that I'm missing. Are there any SUIDs for her? So, So when we ran the find command, what did we find again? So we find test link. So these are all in the var temp directory. So I think I get the feeling that these are not supposed to be. These are probably user created files. What else could we do to find out something that that will give us her powers? So the user's powers. So SUID, yeah, we could probably look that up. Let's go ahead and do that. So that would be find slash perms perm minus 4000 for SUID, and then everything else goes to dev null. I think we can also run an ls on whatever we find with the find command. I kind of forget how to do that. I'm gonna have to look it up real quick. So maybe over here. So Modish, by user created, I mean it's being they're created by other players, which means the content is probably not something we're supposed to be looking at. So let's see, find command zargs. Okay, we can do find command with exec. So exec, I want to do exec ls to find out some information. Okay, so find, let's see, something like this. Let me see if I can grab it. Oh, for some reason it doesn't show up over here. Let me just grab it all then. Okay, so let's go back to JS Linux here. So let's see if we can do ls on whatever we find with the find command here. And sort to. No, actually I don't want sort. And I'm not sure if I need this this semicolon here or not. You know, maybe what I should, oh wait, gift hacker. What is this? This is probably what we're looking for. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at what this file is. So we are the hacker user, so gift hacker kind of implies that we're supposed to be looking at this thing. So let's go ahead and read, well actually find out some information about this file. So it is, it's owned by root, but it's also grouped into the hacker user. And it's got this capital S over here. So this capital S, I'm not too sure. Is this an SUID binary? This is probably an SUID binary because we found it with the find command that looks for SUID binaries. The op directory, yeah, that's an old nugget, yeah, that we look for optional stuff in the op directory. That's correct, Grout. Okay, so let's go ahead and run. Let's go ahead and run this command and see what it does. Okay, so when we run the command, we become the Acantha user. Awesome. We just need to find out, well, we know where her password is because where was it again? It was, well, anyways, let's just run the find command again. So user Acantha to dev null. Whoops, looks like this is a lot of stuff. But anyways, at the very bottom here, we've got the Acantha pass file, and let's go ahead and read that. Okay, so this is the password for the next level. Well, actually, this is the password for the Acantha user that we're currently working as. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. I don't know whether or not I was keeping track of these levels in my walkthroughs. So I've got so many different walkthroughs for so many different platforms. I do have one for HMV Labs. I don't have one for Hades, so I guess I'll make one right now. So I'll call this Hades, and we'll call this 00 because that's the level, and this is the hacker user that we're working as. Okay, so let's do a little write-up. So username, password, objective, and method of solve. Okay, so the username in this case is hacker. The password was be good, exclamation point. The objective was, actually, before I do this, I'm just going to record the password for the Acantha user in another file, and then we'll come back and we'll do our write-up for the previous level. Okay, so this is 01 Acantha. Okay, this is another markdown file. So username Acantha, password is this, and objective, we'll fill that in later, and also method of solve. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this, and then we'll go back to our write-up for the first level. Okay, so the objective. For the objective, Chad B. Noob, hello, nice to see you here. Hey, hey, hey. Hope you had a great stream. I didn't get to check out very much of it, but Chad B. Noob is streaming again. Everybody's very excited. And Chad B. Noob, how about you have a Hack the Planet? Here you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, let's shout out Chad B. Noob. They are another great streamer. It's they're an OG cybersecurity streamer on Twitch. They've been around for at least a few years. Anyways, okay, so let's see. The objective, we should probably get the objective from the website itself. So over here, we've got our JS Linux. Let's go ahead and go back to mission.txt. We'll read that, and then we'll copy paste this. So user Acantha has left us a gift to container powers. Let's go ahead and provide that to our write-up here in the objective. So the method of solve. So in this case, there's an SUID binary that our user, which is the hacker user, actually, hacker, can access. When run, it gives us a shell in the context of the Acantha user. Let's go ahead and provide some let's go ahead and, oh wait, did I get rated? Or, I'm not sure if I got rated or not, because every time Chad B. Noob shows up, I get rated. So, I don't know. Anyways, okay, so what do we need to do in this level? So the first thing we did was we took a look and found those SUID binaries. So SUID binaries are binaries that let you act as the file owner, and in this case it was an SUID binary that was acting as root. But it didn't give us, oh, you're innocent this time. Okay, that's good to hear. Anyways, let's, so the find command we do to find the SUID binaries like this. So finding the entire file system, let's see, a file with permissions equal to -4000, and everything else goes to dev null. And from there, we find the hacker, was it called hacker gift or something? Let me take a look. Ah, okay, gift hacker, right. Kmark says, Grout says, I never saw a raid alert. Kmark asks, what is a raid? So a raid is basically when you can direct the viewers from your Twitch channel or your YouTube channel to another Twitch or YouTube channel. Generally, they're done more on Twitch because YouTube live streaming is less of a thing. But Grolden123, hello. They say, hi, do you remember? Yes, I do remember. Grolden, hello, nice to see you here. And yeah, you were in my YouTube comments, I think. You're talking about about one of the challenges on Pico CTF. Nice to see you here. And let's go ahead and give you a, what is a good redeem? How about the Desert Frog? Here you go. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish up our write-up. So we find the gift hacker file in the list of SUID binaries. When we run it, we become the Acantha user, and we can read their password. And how do we do that? We use this command here. It is, hold on. It is a cat. What was the password? So we're looking for the Acantha users. Find user Acantha. Like this. Okay, so it was Paz something something. Let's copy this. Okay, so that is one write-up done. Let's move on to the next level. All right, so let's move on to the next level. It is the Acantha level. Where is it? Here. We have a password. Everybody, if you want to join in along with us, then you can use SSH to log into the server. And let me, I'll get the SSH command that we're using over here. So this one is going to be Acantha instead of hacker. And let's copy that. Let's see. Golden says, I watched your video about Pico CTF. I really like it. I already knew some stuff about Linux, etc. And it was easier for me, and I solved all the easy levels and half the medium levels. I'm not gonna lie, I used Google. Yeah, no, you don't have to feel bad about using Google. Everybody uses Google. But yeah, for some reason I can't copy. Dang. Okay, but anyways, I'll just type it in. Acantha at let's see, hades.hackmyvm.eu on port 6666. Okay. Let's see. GradXT says, I write my write-ups while I solve because it's really hard. I can look over what I've already found or tried. Yeah, that is one way to do it. I usually try to do my write-ups afterwards, but for some really long or complicated exercises, I usually take some running notes. But yeah, I totally respect doing write-ups in the middle of in the middle of solving, so that you have your notes to look at later. Anyways, let's go ahead and solve the next level using our regular old Kali Linux, because it is a lot more convenient to use Kali Linux. Well, for me anyways. But just keep in mind that this challenge is completely accessible by using a web-based version of Linux like this one over here at this link. Let me just grab the password and then we can log into the next level. Okay, so this is the Acantha user. Paste in our password. So I also like the look of this terminal a lot more than the web-based one, anyways. Okay, so it looks like we've got our mission.txt over here. We go ahead and read that. So let's see. The user Alala has left us a program. If we insert the correct 6 numbers, she gives us her password. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we also do them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and put on some birds, because I love my birds. And how about this lovely little guy right here? Okay, so we're just going to take a little water break for about a minute or so while the ads run on YouTube and Twitch. And if you have any questions or comments, go ahead and leave them in the chat. I'll try to get to them as soon as possible. But enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about a minute. Just have to have a little bit of water. This is also a good opportunity to start playing some music, because I like having some music in the background. Let's go ahead and play, how about some Conrado Fix. Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. I'm just choosing some music to play on the stream right now. How about some moody music from Dungeon of the Endless? It's a great little sci-fi game. It's kind of like Tower Defense, but it's got a very moody soundtrack. Okay, as usual, if you think that the music's too loud, go ahead and let us know so that I can adjust the volume. So Conrado Fix, hello, welcome to the stream, and nice to see you here. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about we give you a Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, so let's put the birds away and let's continue on with our hack and fun. So what are we doing in this mission for this level inside of the Hades CTF? So it says the user Alala has left us a program. If we insert the 6 correct numbers, she gives us her password. So let's see. Golden123 asks, what programming languages do you know? I don't know too many programming languages. I would say that I'm most comfortable working inside of Python, but I'm not a programmer. I'm a person who occasionally uses some code to do whatever they need to do. I do know a little bit about C, a little bit about, I don't know, what else would there be? Assembly, because I use assembly to solve stuff like binary hacking challenges and reverse engineering challenges. But yeah, mostly Python. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to use the program that Alala left us to get the password and do 6 correct numbers. So this seems like Python on top. Well, Python's very convenient and everybody uses it, so it's a very convenient language to use. So 6 correct numbers. Let's see what's in the directory here. So there's a guest program. Let's see. Can you read languages like C++ or C? I can try to puzzle out what programs in C++ or C are doing. Mostly C, less C++. But yeah, most of the way I get a feel for the programs in C are from my knowledge of Python, because a lot of programming languages look very similar. YLMBS, so Python really isn't important for you day to day. I would say that I'm not using Python every day. When I need to use Python, it's usually when I have to do some sort of automation. Like, I think this level is going to require us to do some automation because we have to do some brute forcing over here. So it says we're probably going to need to brute force the 6 correct numbers. If we run the program that is in here, it says enter pin code. So enter pin code, I don't know, 6 correct numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it just says no. Okay. So I think I think in the previous level we saw some other users writing their own programs to automate this process. So I guess what we need to do, well, we can probably take a look at what those user created scripts look like. So how would we find this? So we would do find var temp, and we would look for files that are owned by the account the user. So /dev null. Okay. Conrado Fix says, I don't like Python. I don't like Python. I prefer C++ and low-level C. I mean, everybody's got their own preferences for which programming languages they prefer. I'd say that if you started with C, if you started learning programming by learning C, then you probably have a preference for it. And what about C sharp? What about C sharp? Some people call C sharp, what was it? Microsoft Java language. But because Java and C sharp share so much, what was it? Syntax, and basically there's very little difference between C sharp and Java. But let's see. So we've got this test.sh. I think this is a script that some other user was left behind that is supposed to solve this challenge here. So let's go ahead and see what's going on in here. Okay, so it's a bash script. So for I in, so this is a loop. So for I in sequence from 0 to 9999, do output echo I. So it echoes out each one of these numbers, and then we pipe it into the guess binary here. So echo I, so I guess I would be, yeah, so I is the number. So if in the output, output equals, okay, so we get the output from running this command. So if in the output we don't get the no message over here, then echo out whatever number that was. Let's see, Golden says, I know Python and learning C sharp right now, and I feel like Python is more if you want to do something fast without creating a big project or something like that. So Python is a scripting language. It's, well, I don't think, it's a controversial thing to say that that Python isn't for quote unquote real programs. You can definitely make real programs using Python, but a lot of people think of Python as a scripting language that is supposed to be used to do like automation and stuff like that. So GradXT, they say it's good for fast prototyping. Yeah, you can usually get some Python code up and running really fast as opposed to doing the same implementation in something like C or C sharp. Slow, slow and buggy. So I think this bash script should be able to get us our answer. Because but the problem with bash scripts is that they're usually not very fast. So if we were to run, I'm pretty sure this is probably already executable. Let me check really quick. So yeah, this is all ready to go. We could run this this script, and it probably could get us an answer, but it's not super fast. It's going to take a long time to get us our answer, especially if the answer is like in the very large range. I think it's like 10,000. or it's like 100,000, right? This is 100,000 numbers. Or no, it's not. It's a maximum of just under 1 million numbers, I think. Grolden says, is your main OS Windows? So my main OS is Windows because I've been using Windows like all of my life. I've only started learning about cybersecurity in the last 5 years or so. So I think I started learning about cybersecurity at the beginning of the pandemic, and I spent most of 2020 learning about cybersecurity topics and learning about Linux and learning about Python and all that other good stuff. So I haven't been at this very, very long, but most of the time, most of my life I've been using Windows, and I still use Windows right now, and I'm not sure when I might switch over to using Linux as a main system. It may or may not happen, but we can go ahead and leave this running in the background for a little while. We could also figure out some sort of implementation using Python, because Python's probably going to be a lot faster at doing this stuff. GredXT says, my main OS is Windows, but my Kali, that's Windows subsystem for Linux, VM, takes up an absurd amount in my hard drive. Yeah, so I've got, this is a Kali Linux machine that I'm working on right now, and I wouldn't say that it's an absurd amount that's taken up in the hard drive. Maybe, I think I'm using about 40 gigabytes or maybe 100 gigabytes for the hard drive for this system. But what we could do is we could figure out some sort of Python script that does the same brute forcing attack, because it's probably going to be a lot faster. So let's go ahead and maybe we can start doing some prototyping here. Okay, so this is the temp directory. We're gonna call this pinbrute.py. And what do we need to do? We need to import, let's import OS. So the OS module, and then we'll use the OS module to run on whatever it was. What was the name of that file? I think it was guess. So the name of the file was guess, and let's call this the target binary. So target binary equals guess. I guess we this is in the home directory, so it's in the home directory guess. And what do we need to do? Grolden says, what do you think about installing 2 OSs at the same time, for example, Windows and Ubuntu? I used to do dual boot Windows. So I used to have like a version, I think it was like Windows 7 and like Windows 2000 or something, while I was using both of those at the same time. I prefer to use virtual machines over doing like a dual boot operating system. GuardXT says, my friend dual boots on his laptop. Nothing wrong with it if you have enough space to split comfortably. I just hibernate too often for it to make sense for me. Yeah, I prefer to use virtual machines. I'll just have one main system and a bunch of virtual machines for whatever I want to do. And what is the... Actually, so I guess the... So how do we use the OS module one more time? Python OS module. It's been a while. Modder says, with Zon sh shell, you could make the script directly into the terminal without having to make a py file. Would that make challenges that require a script more efficient? I think efficient is what you're looking for. Zon sh file. Not sure. I'm not a person who does a lot of scripting. I just script when I need to get something done. Okay, so OS module, functions for interacting with the operating system. So what is the one that we use just to run a command? So let's see. I could have sworn there was a nice easy way to just run a command. OS system, that's probably it. That's probably it. Thank you, Golden. Okay, so OS system. Let's see. Target binary. I guess we'll just call this target command. OS system, and we're going to run echo something. Where would we start our loop? We would probably start our loop in something like for I in range, and I guess range would be $99999. Actually, no, it's 1 million, I think. How many zeros? It's supposed to be 6 digits, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's probably you know what, we should probably check in on our okay, we found it. We actually found the correct pin code. Okay. So Grolden says use strings inside of the parentheses, for example, echo hello world. Anyways, so I guess we didn't need to use all. It did take a while. We could make a faster solution, of course. In the process of making the faster solution, we got the previous solution. You know what? I'm just gonna save this out. So let's see. Let's go ahead and Alala, I think that was the name of the level. So let's go ahead and create this file. It's going to be number 2, alala.md. I just want to record the password before we move on. Okay. I guess, well, we could sit around and make our Python file, but I don't know. I kind of want to see the next level because we've got about 15 minutes left for this portion of the stream. I kind of want to see the next level and see if we can solve it instead of spending time creating our Python file. But I am interested in doing more Python scripting because I need to get better at writing scripts. Okay, so let's get out of here. Let's log in for the next level. Alala. 15 minutes. Yeah, I'm trying to do each one of the segments of the stream in these chunks, 1-hour chunks. So we spent the first hour or so doing these Hades labs, and then the next hour we're going to be doing Bandit CTF stuff. And then in the third and fourth hours we're going to be doing our free hacking challenge. Right. I try to stick to my schedule so I don't spend too long doing one particular thing. Okay, so let's see which fun privilege escalation vector we have to do here. Let's read the mission file. Okay, so user Althea loves reading Linux help. Okay, so we've got this this read file in here, and it's an SUID binary file running as root. So these SUID binaries can be dangerous sometimes, but in this case, if we run it, it gives us a manual file. Huh. Interesting. So this runs as root, and we're supposed to become the Althea user. I wonder if there is Grodin says, how old are you if it's not a secret? It's not a secret. I'm in my mid-40s right now, and I started learning cybersecurity after I turned 40. So you could say that it's never too late to learn cybersecurity if you really want to. But with that said, I think we might be able to do some privilege escalation if we go over to GTFO bins. So GTFO bins is you thought I was like 20. I sound much younger. Thank you for the great compliment. I'm an old person, but I guess if I can pass for a younger sounding person when I put on the frog mask, then that's fine. Okay, so if we've got access to the man binary here, then we could probably do some file read. So let's investigate this. So okay, file read, if it reads data from files, it may be used to do privileged reads or disclose files outside a restricted file system. So it would be man file to read. Can we... Thank you very much, Daticus? Thank you. That sounds very Roman. Daticus, thank you. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Why don't you have a Nyan It's the meme that never dies. Okay, so can we... Does this basically run as, like, run the man binary? So if it runs the man binary, then we can read a file using it, according to this. Thomas just says, hack the planet. Hi, guys. So you started with cybersecurity starting in your 40s. When did you start learning programming? I started learning programming when I started learning cybersecurity. So that would have been something like 4 or 5 years ago. So I haven't been learning this stuff for a super long time, but I think programming is very logical and it's very fun, especially when it works. When it doesn't work, it's not so fun. But let's do read. I wonder if we could read another password. So read another file. Maybe we could read altheapass.txt. Okay, so we can't directly call this like this. So we need to find something else. Some other method of reading this this file right here. So we can't read this file because we're the Alala user. We need to figure out how to take advantage of this binary over here to read it. So Monitor says, have you already planned how the Discord server will work and what its main purpose will be? So when we do the Discord server, it'll be a place where we can talk about a lot of different... its main purpose is to point people towards education resources. So all the different platforms that I use in my lessons, and so stuff like, well, including obscure stuff like Dockerlabs and hackmyvm.eu. It's hard to find a single place that has all of these different platforms. There's a lot of stuff out there, and it all caters to a bunch of different specific niches. I really want the Discord to be a place where we can find and share all of these resources. Okay, so what else can we do? Can we break out of... So GTFO bins. It can be used to break out from restricted environments by spawning an interactive system shell. Okay, so if we run this thing, and then we just do bang bin sh, is this going to work? Monitor says hub. Yeah, I guess it would be kind of like a hub where we can all share all the resources. Yeah, Monitor. Yeah, I really want to create stuff that I would have appreciated when I was starting out in cybersecurity. So let's. Okay, so we're gonna run this and then we're gonna break out. So just do bang bang bin bash. Can we do this? No? It looks like we can. Thomas just says, thanks. That's where I am right now, starting 40s, learning programming since over. I'm on a good path. Yeah. Are you looking to get into cybersecurity, or are you just, do you want to do, like, development jobs using programming languages? Let me know. Much appreciated. Okay, so command not found. Command not found. I wonder what it tried to do here. Okay, another thing we can do is we can try to figure out what strings exist inside of this binary here. So we can just run strings, and I can't run strings because I don't have permission to run it on this file. That's great. Okay. Thank you very much for following Grolden123123. Thank you. I think I know who you might be, but let's give you a fun... How about this one? How about Jurassic Park? Does anybody remember this scene?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
If you remember watching that movie when you were a kid or when you were a young adult, then you're probably as old as I am. Anyways, that would be a tell. Let's see, Golden's redeem bird. You need to use the specific bird. So that we've got the no flicker and we've got the SJ. You got to use the correct redeem to get what you want. So I think the bot has a message over here. These are all of the redeems. There you go. That's my favorite bird. So what can we do here? So this binary is running as root, and we do have access to it, but we can only run it. We can't necessarily do anything else with it. We tried to break out of the environment. But this didn't work. Grolden asked, does it get annoying when people use too many redeems? If people use too many redeems and it starts becoming a bit annoying, I'll let the people know. But for the most part, I think it's fun. I think it's fun to let people have access to the redeems so that they can inject a little bit of life into the stream. So we're in the manual page. We need to break out. What other things can we do to break out of here? So if the binary, we have an SUID, it should be basically the same as sudo. So we should be able to just use bin sh, but for some reason that doesn't work. Very kind. I try to be as nice as I can, because there's, I don't know. You can, people, I don't know. I don't want to be. There's enough hostility in this world. You might as well be a nice person when you can. But yeah, I'm not too sure how to get Sick in the Mind. Hello, nice to see you here. Sick in the Mind, you must be in on the East Coast or something, because you say good evening. It's not the evening where I am, not quite yet. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so we can't inspect this file. We can't read the file. Almost 8 p.m. Yeah, you're on the East Coast somewhere. Whether or not that's New York or Toronto or some other East Coast city, not completely sure. I'm on the West Coast. How can we get more information about this binary? What country are you in? I'm in the great country of Canada. We just had an election over here in the province where I am. Actually, not in the province. No, we did a federal election. So we're going to figure out if the Conservatives are going to be taking over, if it's going to stay with the Liberals. We're not a political stream, by the way. If you want to talk about heavy political topics, this isn't the place to do it. So let's see. Read. Can we read specific files? No, can't read. Ronan says, that's why you're so nice. Well, the stereotype is that Canadians are nice, but Canadians are only... It's, I don't know. I've met some not so nice Canadians. But it's hard to say whether or not that's a real stereotype. So flag, submission, dang. How do we do this? Okay, we got ads on Twitch. So we'll also do ads on YouTube. And let's go ahead and run some bird videos. How about the bully bird? Okay, so we'll be back in about... Maya says, as a fellow Canadian, I can agree on not so kind Canadians. Yeah. Okay, we'll be back in about a minute or so. Just got to have a little water break. The Sick in the Mind asks, "Did I already do strings on it?" I don't. I tried doing strings on the binary, but we can't. We don't have read access to it, so we can't get anything from it. Thomas Dress says, "I don't know the direction of my journey yet. I love developing. Currently, I program network API projects, which uses ARP-Scan and Nmap. Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun." Golden says, "I'm in Canada too, but our time is very different. You must be either..." Oh, thank you very much for redeeming the Stellar J. Okay, so where were we? Yeah, so you must be on the Golden, you must be either on the prairie or back east. But yeah, these great little birds. Let's put them away. Manitoba. I don't know very much about Manitoba. I've been to Alberta before, but Manitoba, I don't know too much about about those prairie provinces. Okay, so so we can try to run strings on this file. We can't. We can't because we don't have read access. Can I get a manual on this read binary? No, we can't. Can't do that either. Oh, Thomas just says, by the way, greetings from Greece. Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. We've got some international viewers. We've got quite a few European viewers that come by, but nobody from Greece. Nobody from Greece before. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so I think if we don't make progress with this level in the next couple of minutes, we might just shelve this because we need to move on to the next part. Greece is beautiful. I love Greek food. I love, let's see, moussaka and gyro and what other Greek food is there? There's a lot of good stuff. Spanakopita, right? K-Mox says African. Oh, Ghanan. Okay, that's interesting. I don't think we've had any Euros. Is that how you pronounce it? It's probably like the Western version of pronunciation of it. Ghana. Interesting. K-Mark, welcome to the stream. I don't think we've had anybody from Africa before. Gordon says, I speak Russian and English and can understand Arabic a little bit. I think we've had other Russian speakers in the stream as well. But, how can we break out? Guten Nacht. Oh, you're a German living in Greece. Interesting. Okay, so I can't assume that everybody that's in Greece is is Greek, of course, because Europeans move all over the place. But let's see. File read. This file read technique didn't work. I think this... I got some error message when I tried to run... When I tried to run the command, I tried to run... What was it? Bang bin sh. And I got an error message. So S not found, syntax error, something expected. This probably tells us a little bit about how the SUID binary is working. I'm going to provide this to the AI. Maybe it can identify how we can get this done. Okay, so it's DeepSeek time. We're doing a CTF challenge, and I have access to an SUID binary that is using the man command. I tried to break out of the command by using this sequence. The sequence is bin sh, but we got this error message. Thanks for redeeming the Northern Flicker Woodpecker, Gralton. Thank you. Okay, so what does the AI tell us? So you're trying to hack an SUID binary using the man command to gain a shell with elevated privileges. The man command has a feature where you can execute shell commands by using the exclamation point followed by a command like bin sh. Something has gone wrong in your attempt. Why your attempt failed? So the error not found suggests that the shell is trying to interpret something unexpected, possibly due to how the SUID binary is sanitizing input, or how man is processing the bang command. The syntax error, something unexpected, indicates the shell is seeing malformed syntax, possibly from leftover data, or an escape, or incorrect escaping. Let's see what everybody's talking about in chat. Madish says, if I may add a little bit myself, I'm an Italian living in Canada. Italian living in Canada. Huh. So wait, are you... I'm guessing that you were not born in Canada, but you're now living in Canada, and you were originally from Italy. That's what you're trying to tell me, Madish? Yeah? Thomas just says, everything that's been something for 6 months in Greece becomes Greek. That's what they say. Okay, if you stay in Greece for 6 months, you will become Greek. Okay. And Thomas just says, can I ask what you did before cybersecurity? Ooh, I did a lot of stuff before cybersecurity. Let's see. I worked as an English teacher in Asia, and what else did I do? I also tried to start a couple of businesses that didn't work, and I've worked a bunch of odd jobs, but here I am now, doing cybersecurity. Jan BS says, I sound like a teacher. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to teach people online over here. So alternative approaches to try, since bin sh isn't working, so here's some other ways to break out of the man command. Use bash or sh directly. So, okay, we can try this. So just do bash. That didn't work either. Alright, so let's see. sh. If Python is available, then we could do command substitution. I'm not sure if this... Try escaping with backslashes. This looks like it could work. So let's just try this real quick. Okay. Well, the terminal is giving us a bunch of weird error messages. Let's try escaping. You have a good calm. Let's see, calm being a good way of explaining so future fits. Thank you, thank you. Let's go ahead and switch up the music. How about more moody space music? Golden asks, what made me want to learn cybersecurity and all this stuff? So it's because after a couple of my failed businesses, I wanted to take my career in a new direction, and I decided that cybersecurity was the way to go. Why did I choose cybersecurity? It's because I heard that cybersecurity people make a lot of money, and that was what initially drew me in. It was listed as a job that made people a lot of money, but after I actually tried some of the education and training resources, I found that that hacking is really fun. Do I make a lot of money? No, I don't make a lot of money. I'm not a person who makes a lot of money in cybersecurity. But you know what? I'm here, and I'm having fun learning about hacking stuff and sharing it with everybody else. Let's see. Okay, so I think we might come back to this a little bit later, and let's go ahead and start in with our lesson on Bandit CTF. So the Bandit CTF is another CTF challenge where you have to do Linux stuff to to finish each one of the levels. This is from Over the Wire, and let me just open up my document here. Let's see. Thomas asks, still haven't linked your GitHub account in your channel? You know what? I really should. I really should link my GitHub account because I use it a lot in my lessons here. GradXT says, really interesting that you came into it being about the money, but ended up growing passionate about it anyways. So you can't do a job that you completely hate, because if you do a job you completely hate just for the money, then you are, well, that's not a life I wanna lead. Okay, let's go ahead and start in on our next part of the stream, which is talking about the Bandit CTF. And I think we are on, like, Bandit 21. Oh, we just finished Bandit 21. Okay, so we're doing Bandit 22 now. Everybody, if you're wondering where I get all this, I get all my resources from, I've got everything on my GitHub here. And let's see. Modder says, for a learning path in web app security, would there be a specific learning path to follow before taking a certificate, like the OSWE? I would say that if you're learning web app security, you definitely want to take advantage of Portswigger. So Portswigger web security over here. This is Portswigger is the maker of the most popular web app security tool. It's called Burp Suite. And if you read up on all of the vulnerabilities over here and learn how to use Burp Suite, you will definitely be qualified to do some web app security testing. Okay, Grolden asks, what do I do to live? If I ask questions you don't want to answer, I'm telling me I'm just curious what you do. So I was previously working as a web app security tester. But I figured during the time I was doing web app security testing that that it wasn't the type of lifestyle for me, because it's very stressful. It's very work day and night testing a web app, and writing the reports was not super fun. So I decided to take my love of teaching and my love of hacking and cybersecurity and try to blend the two. I do get paid every once in a while by some organizations who ask me to teach certain people, and that's what I'm going to be doing starting on Wednesday. I'm going to be teaching a class on a course on forensics, and then a course on what is it? Forensics, and then cryptography, and then network hacking, and that pays a little bit. I also do some classes over at the Employment Center, and I teach people how to do keep safe online, basically personal cybersecurity safety. I basically telling people not to use bad passwords and stuff. Let's see. Redirection teachers still don't make much money. Yeah, they don't make all that much money. As a former English teacher, you can try transition to cybersecurity high school. Cybersecurity high school teacher. I don't know if they're hiring full-time positions for that. If they were, I would certainly be interested. But yeah. Yellen says, "Wish they had cybersecurity in my high school." You know, I know some people on Twitch who are trying to find a job in cybersecurity right out of high school. Let me introduce you guys. So let's see, Twitch, Pebble. So Pebble is Pebble's a high school student. He's going to be graduating from high school in this year, I think in a couple of months, and he's looking for a job in as a security tester right into high school. He also does Twitch every Sunday, and he also does a bunch of YouTube stuff. Let me see if I can find his YouTube. So YouTube cybersecurity Pebble. Yeah, he's got a bunch of good stuff. Yeah, Pebble's very impressive. And this is their YouTube channel if you want to take a look. But I don't even remember why I brought this person up. Yeah, but basically you can, if you're in high school right now and you wanted to get into cybersecurity and start get a job right out of high school, you could definitely do it if you study hard enough. You'd probably want to pay attention to computer science classes. But anyways, what are we doing? We're doing the Bandit game. Let me go ahead and set that up. Okay, I think we're doing, which level are we doing? Level 22. Okay. Let's get our credentials. Grolton says, I think Particle do we love Pebble. Sure, we love Pebble. Sure. Yeah. I think he's before. Yeah. Mr. Dieseldug says he started a few months ago to a year ago. He's come a long way. Cool to see his progress. I'm pretty sure Pebble's been doing cybersecurity stuff for more than a year, because they got a bunch of really fancy certifications. I think their first upload was like a year ago. Okay, awesome. But anyways, let's start in on our over the wire Bandit. So this is level 22. And if anybody's interested in joining us, then this is the password. So I'm going to try to solve this on the JS Linux box, just so I can show people that that they don't necessarily need to have their own Kali Linux terminal to do these challenges. Okay, so we're going to log in Bandit22 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org on port 2220. I wish I could copy this for y'all. Let me try. Copy. Yeah, for some reason it doesn't want to copy this. And I can't use a keyboard shortcut either. Something about this page doesn't like highlighting. Anyways, alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 22 level from the Bandit Labs over at overthewire.org. Let's go ahead and log into the level. We need to say yes and get our password, paste it in. Paste in the password, paste in the password. Okay, so from here, what do we need to do to solve this level? So if we look over at the level goals over here for Bandit 22 to Bandit 23, the level goal says, a program is running automatically at regular intervals from cron, the time-based job scheduler. Look in the /etc/cron d directory for the configuration and see what command is being executed. So we're doing basically what we did in the previous level. We need to inspect the shell script that is being run by cron in order to figure out how to get the password for the next level. So we're going to go over here and we're going to take a look inside the cron.d directory, and we're trying to get the password for Bandit 23. There's a cron job file over here, and we're gonna read that one. So it's gonna be etc cron job Bandit 23. Okay, so Bandit 23 is running cron jobs, and they're running this particular shell script right here. So if we can identify this, well, if we can identify what's going on inside the script, then we can figure out how to get their password. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what's going on inside this script. I've got a little presentation here. Where is it? Here? So this is the cron job script that is being run by user Bandit23. So we've got bin bash, and then we set a couple of variables. So the first variable is my name. So the my name variable is the result of running the whoami command. So we can guess that the result of this is going to be Bandit23 because this is the cron job that's being run by the Bandit23 user. The other variable is my target, and my target is the result of echo I am user my name, and then we're going to pipe it into the md5 sum command and then pipe it into the cutd command. The next thing that the script does is it echoes out copying password file etc bandit pass my name, which is Bandit23, to temp my target. So the last thing it does is that it reads in the password for Bandit23 and it redirects it into the temp my target file. So my target isn't going to be my target, it's going to be an MD5 hash, because my target is going to be MD5 summed and then it's going to be cut to only include the MD5 hash. So let me demonstrate how this works. So if I do who am I, it says I'm the shy hat. But if I do, Thomas just says, is pipe just like string stream? String stream is, I don't know what string stream is, but I do know what piping is. So piping is basically feeding the output of one command into the input of another command. So if I pipe out who am I, and then I pipe it out to MD5 sum, which is the hashing method that is being used, we get this hash right here. So the last thing that they do inside the script is that they do cutd, cut by the space, and they only get the first field. So it's going to be just this. So essentially, an MD5 hash is being used as the file name. So what we can do is we can get the name of the file where the password is being saved to by recreating the commands that the script is using. So the script is using something like this. So it's going to echo out I am user Bandit 23 because my name is the result of the who am I command, and that's going to result in Bandit 23 because the Bandit 23 user is running that the command. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to pipe it out into MD5 sum, just like they do in the script, and it's going to be this. So this is, we actually don't need to do the last part of the command, because the last part of the command basically cuts out this part. So this is the name of the file which has the password, and it's going to be put in the temp directory as indicated over here. So let's go ahead and copy that, and then we're going to cat out, whoops, tmp, and then the file name. So this is the password for the next level. Okay, let's go ahead and copy this. I'll provide this to everybody in chat. Bandit 23 is this password. Okay, so before we finish out this level, let's go ahead and review what we did over at GitHub over here. Okay, so the username was Bandit22, the password was this thing, and the objective for this level was a program is running automatically at regular intervals from cron, the time-based job scheduler, look in etc cron d directory for the configuration, see what command is being executed. So the method of solve for this level is, it's very similar to the previous level. If we look at the cron job, then there's a cron job that's being run by Bandit23, and then we look at the script. And the script turns a phrase into an MD5 hash, then uses that hash as the file name in the temp directory. So we can use a similar process to read the file. So we read in this, this message, I am user Bandit23, get the MD5 hash, and then read the file from the temp directory. Alright, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 22 level from the Bandit CTF game from overthewire.org. Everybody, if you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, okay, let's move on to the next level. So the next level is going to be Bandit 23. I'm aiming to get about 3 or 4 levels finished for these walkthroughs before we move on to the final part of today's stream. So let's see, Bandit 23. If you're enjoying these these guided walkthroughs, let us know in the chat. Because if I'm boring everybody, I'd also like to know, because I want everybody to be having a good time. HackerFrogs out. HackerFrogs not out. When I say HackerFrogs out, I get a bunch of people getting confused and wondering if I'm going to be ending the stream. So I decided not to say HackerFrogs out anymore. But if you guys really like HackerFrogs out, maybe I should be saying it anyways. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up for the next level.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Hey, we did get system root, kind of. Alright, thank you very much. Let's see, Mutter says, I really enjoy it. I'm happy to hear that you guys are enjoying the guided walkthroughs. Okay, let's log into the next level. Everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for... Oh, that's the wrong... that's the wrong username. Hold on, sorry. Everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 23 level from Over the Wire, from the Bandit CTF labs over at overthewire.org. Let's go ahead and start this level. Oh, I keep on clicking on that link. Every time I click on that link, I lose my virtual machine over here. I should be more careful. Okay, so let's see, bandit23 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org. Port 2220. Okay, and let's paste in the password. Alright, so everybody, before we start the level, we need to take a look at the level goals for this particular level. This is going to be level 23 to 24. Okay, so the level goal in this case, a program is running automatically at regular intervals from cron, the time-based job scheduler. Look in the etc cron D directory for the configuration and see what command is being executed. So this is very similar to the previous two levels, except that the script we're going to be looking at is going to be more complicated than the previous level. Let's go ahead and take a look. So first of all, we should probably look at the etc cron D directory, and there's a cron job that's being run by Bandit 24. Let's go ahead and read that file. Okay, so they're running another shell script, and we've got ads. We got ads, and let's run ads on YouTube, and let's play a little video. How about this bird video with the woodpecker? Here you go. Okay, enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about a minute. Just have to take a little water break. And Thomas Just, I see your message. I'll be reading it in just a moment or two. Thomas just says, if you handle a string and do a lot of processing on it, you would rather use a string stream or a string builder. Otherwise, you would make a copy every time you copy a string while processing it, and it's way slower. Okay. So when you say string stream and string builder, what programming language is that from? I'm not sure, because I've never encountered that terminology before. If it's from a particular framework or programming language, please let me know. C++ and C#. Oh, cool. I guess that reveals that I really don't know all that much about C++ because I've never heard of that stuff. But yeah, it does make sense. You definitely want to avoid processing stuff that you've already processed before. Okay, so we've got another some shell script over here. So it's user bin cron job bandit24.sh. We can go ahead and take a look at what's in this shell script. And what's in the shell script is this. Let's talk a little bit more about this in our presentation over here. Okay, so this is the cron job script used for Bandit 24, used by Bandit user number 24. So what does it do? So it basically moves into this directory over here, so Bandit 24 foo directory, and then it echoes out, executing and deleting all scripts in this directory. So essentially, this is what the script does. It executes and then deletes all the scripts in this particular directory, so var spool bandit24 foo. And this is all we really need to know, because if it's executing and deleting all of the scripts, we can insert our own script, and then we can have the script do whatever we want in the context of the Bandit24 user. So we can write our own script in that directory, and then have Bandit24 execute it with the cron job, then retrieve the password in the temp directory afterwards. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a script that that reads in the Bandit24 user's password, and then redirects it into a file of our choice. So in this case, we're just going to create a file in the temp directory, and it's going to have the password in it for the next level. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here, we're going to use nano to create this file. Actually, yeah, we're going to use nano to create this file. Let's go ahead and make it in the directory that we're supposed to be putting it in. And the directory we're supposed to be using is... oh, it doesn't say. It says over here. So let's see, var spool my name foo. Okay, var spool my name foo. Var spool bandit 24 spool foo. And in this directory, we're going to create a file called, it's going to be called, let's call it, I'll just use my name, so shyhat, the shyhat.sh. It could be called anything. Okay, so we can create the file, and all the file is going to do, it's going to cat out etc bandit underscore pass bandit 24, and we're going to redirect the output into temp ... my name bandit 24 pass.txt. This is a bit verbose, but we just need to remember where the file is going to be. Okay. Grolden asks, when are you going to end the stream? So today's stream is probably going to end around 8 o'clock local time, which is, well, 8 o'clock local time, maybe a bit later. So it's going to be another, let's see, 30 minutes, and then 2.5 hours to 3.5 hours. So that's my guess. Okay, so we're gonna save out this file, and then we're gonna give executable permissions to that file. So chmod +x spool, what was it, var spool foo something, what was it? I need to do this quick, because otherwise the file is going to be deleted. Var spool my name foo. Var spool bandit 24 foo, the shy hat .sh. It was deleted already. Okay, I needed to do this more quickly than I did it, because the thing was already deleted. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to grab the... I'm going to grab the command I did over here. Okay, so this is in the walkthrough. It's a very, very long command, but the command looks like this. So first of all, I echo out the command we want to do. We want to cat out bandit24 password, and then we're going to put it in this directory, this file right here, shyhat bandit24 pass.txt. Then we're going to give full file permissions to this file that we create, and then we're going to output it to var spool bandit24 foo shyhat.sh, and then give it execute permissions, and yeah, that's it. So when we run the command, we're going to create the file in the var spool bandit24 foo directory, and after a minute, it's going to execute this script, and then we can collect the file that's going to be located right here. Manish asks, do you usually attend cybersecurity conferences like B-Sides? Yeah. So I attend my local cybersecurity conference every year. So that's I live around Vancouver, Canada. So I'll attend B-Sides Vancouver, and it happens every year around May. So it's going to happen sometime in the next month. And it's a lot of fun because you get to meet a lot of cybersecurity people. You get to listen to a lot of talks. It's a good time. Okay, so now that we've done that, the script should have run. So let's go ahead and collect the password over at this directory over here. Okay, and this is the password for the next level, Bandit 24. Okay, so before we finish up to this level, let's go ahead and do a little recap over at GitHub. Alright everybody, so the username for this level was Bandit23, the password was this. The objective was looking at the shell script that is being run as a cron job. So the method of solve is that it's very similar to the previous two levels, only that we need to create a shell script inside of a specific directory and then make it executable, because the cron job executes every script inside of a particular directory. So if we insert our own script and have it copy the password for the next level, we can collect the password for the next level by using and writing that script. Alright everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 23 level from Bandit CTF Labs over at overthewire.org. Everybody, if you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time. Okay, so Modder says, I'll be attending my first one, I guess your first cybersecurity conference this May, and as well as in my local area, but I'm a bit nervous since I'm a complete beginner compared to all the other attendees. I'm sure that there are going to be some complete beginners among the attendees that are going to your local cybersecurity conference. You don't have to worry about that. You just have to worry about meeting a bunch of people and introducing yourself. Cybersecurity people are pretty friendly folks. They're usually not super snobbish. They're pretty real for the most part. They do, if you enjoy alcohol, cybersecurity people have a reputation for drinking a lot. And there are a couple of famous cybersecurity events that happen every month over here where people just come by and they're all cybersecurity professionals. They just do a lot of drinking and a lot of talking. Okay, let's move on to the next level. This is going to be level 24. I think this might be the last level for today. We'll see. GradXT says, I haven't been to one yet. It's a shame I can't make it because my friend is helping to organize it. Oh, GradXT, why are you not able to make it? Are you doing something more important that day? It's probably like a wedding or something. Thomas just says, dude, I hear drinking. I've become a cybersecurity person. Okay. It's not all drinking. It's also a lot of hacking. It's hacking and drinking. So you drink all the booze and hack all the things. Speaking of which, there's a famous hacker rap that is just about drinking all the booze and hacking all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
If you haven't heard of this song before, it's a great rap. It's a great little rap. It's on YouTube. You just search for all the things rap and maybe hacker, and you'll find it. I can't play it on stream because I'll get something bad is going to happen because the YouTube algorithm is not going to like it. Anyways, let's go ahead and log into the last level we're going to be doing today for the Bandit game. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 24 level from the Bandit CTF game over at overthewire.org. Let's go ahead and start the level. And what are we going to be doing in this level? Okay, we're going to be doing some brute forcing. We'll talk a little bit about that in just a bit. But the first thing we need to do is we need to get the level goals for this level. This is 24 to 25. And it says here that a daemon is listening on port 30,002 and will give the password for Bandit 25 if given the password for Bandit 24 and a secret numeric 4-digit PIN code. There is no way to retrieve the PIN code except by going through all of the 10,000 combinations called brute forcing. You do not need to create new connections each time. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to do some automation in this level. Let's go ahead and illustrate what's going on. So I keep on clicking on that link. Sorry everybody, it's going to take me about a minute to relog into the level. This doesn't happen when I use Kali Linux, but Bandit SSH, Bandit 24. It's Bandit 24, right? Let me check. Yeah, Bandit 24. Bandit.labs.overthewire.org on port 2220. Okay, let me grab that password one more time. Okay, let's avoid clicking on any more links. So what do we need to do in this level? We need to call out to the localhost port 30,002. It's going to ask us for the password for Bandit 25. Sorry, no. It's going to ask us for the password for user Bandit 24 and a secret PIN code in a single line separated by a space. So if we have the password here, we need to give a space and then we need to give a 4-digit passcode. And it says wrong. Please enter the correct password and PIN code. Try again. So let's reiterate what is going on over here. So in this level, we need to send the password for the previous level along with a 4-digit PIN to a certain port on the localhost server. If we send each possible combination of 4-digit pins, it will take 10,000 tries to test them all. So we need to use a script to automate the process. So we could use a shell script. We could use a couple of different scripts. We could use a shell script or a bash script, or we could use a Python script. The Python script is going to be a lot faster, and I wrote out a little script on the GitHub over here. So we've got our script over here. We're going to create it on the Bandit server. Let's get out of here first. So let's go ahead and create this script in a temporary directory. So we're going to call this Bandit 24. Okay, so I should probably give my username first because this is a shared space. So I'm just going to call it, let's make it a hidden file. So ... the shy hat, and we'll call it bandit 24.py. Thomas just says, I love this song. Never heard it before. Yeah, this is, it's an old song. I think it's from like the early 2000s. But there's a lot of, it's a really fun song. If you haven't heard it before, just YouTube and search for All the Things and Hacker Rap. You should be able to find it. Okay, so we're going to create a file called the shyhat bandit24.py. And this is, well, I guess it's still here. I created this a couple days ago, and it's still here. That's good. But anyways, before we run this, let's go ahead and go over what the script is actually doing. So we're going to need two modules to run this. You can post the link. Yeah, Thomas Just, you can go ahead and post the link. I don't know if you can post full links in YouTube. If you can't post the link, you can remove the dots in the URL, and then other people can reform them. and that's a way to get around the restrictions for YouTube. Okay, so we import the socket module and the system module, and then we create a brute force function over here. So in the brute force function, we need to define the password. So the password for this level is going to be this, and then we do a little for loop. So the for loop is going to be for pin code in range from 0 to 10,000. Try, create a new connection for each attempt, and then create a socket object. So the socket object is going to be defined as S set timeout for 2-second timeout, and then connect to the local host on port 30,002. So this was all defined earlier. Then we need to read in the welcome message. So the welcome message is the message that we get from the server when we first connect, and then we need to try a pin code. So we're going to try the pin code with 4 digits by using this particular syntax, and then we send whatever pin code that we're trying. So the message is going to be the password and then a space and then the pin code, and then we send to the server. Then we get a response, and then we need to check if there's the if there's the word wrong in the response. So if wrong is not in the response, then we print success, then the number, the pin code, and the response. So we got some exceptions over here, except if there's a timeout on from the server, then we print this error message, and then if we get some other exception, then we have to print out the exception, and that's the end of the code. So we also run the code by using the if name equals main, run the brute force function, and then exit. Otherwise, it's going to tell us that it couldn't find the correct pin. Okay, let's go ahead and save out the file, and then let's run the file. So we're going to run this Python script here. So Python 3 temp the Python script we defined right here. So the good thing about this script is that it's very, very fast. So when we run the script, it runs through the numbers pretty quickly, much more quickly than it would if we tried using a bash script. But we get the response correct, and we get the password for the next level. So the password for Bandit 25 is this. Awesome. Okay, so before we finish out, let's talk about what we did in this level over at GitHub. Okay, so the username for this level is Bandit24. The password was this. The objective here was that a daemon is listening on port 30,002, and we'll give you the password for Bandit25 if given the password for Bandit24 and a secret numeric 4-digit pin code. There's no way to retrieve the pin code except for going through all of the 10,000 combinations called brute forcing. You do not need to create new connections each time. So we created a script to connect to the service operating on port 30,002, and then we sent the password as well as a pin code defined in our script over here inside this little this for loop. Okay, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for Bandit level 24 from the Bandit CTF Labs on overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, okay, let's go ahead and finish out. Oh, we've got 10 minutes left. That's okay. We're gonna start our free hacking exercise a little bit earlier today. And you ask, what is free hacking? Free hacking is basically looking at exercises that we've never seen before. So we're going to be doing some hacking freestyle. But before that, let's put on some new music. How about some Faster Than Light? It's one of my favorite games. It's got some great sci-fi music. Okay, let's go over. So we're going to be doing a Dockerlabs exercise over here, and the Dockerlabs exercise we're doing is called Redirection. So this is an easy level Linux container exercise, and if you want to download this yourself and you have a version of Linux with Docker installed, you can go ahead and download it and then deploy it to your network, and this is how we do these challenges. So while I do this challenge, I'll try to explain as best as I can. Hold on, I need to have a little water. So while I do these exercises, I'll try to explain as best I can exactly what kind of commands I'm running, so that nobody is super lost as far as how we're going to be doing this this Linux hacking. Okay, so the first thing we need to do to start the exercise is we need to download the Docker container. So I've got my downloads directory
We're
here.
in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Deefus, hello, nice to see you here, and thank you for redeeming the War Games redeem. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. We're just about to start our free hacking exercise over here. We're going to be doing the redirection machine from Dockerlabs.es. So after we download the Docker container, we've got our redirection.zip file in here. What we're going to do is we're going to unzip the container to get access to the to the other compressed file in here. We're going to be deploying it with this autodeploy.sh script over here. But before we do that, we need to make the autodeploy.sh script executable. And then from there, we can run the autodeploy script to deploy the Docker container on our machine. So, whoops. Yeah. Okay. So Docker is a technology we can use to deploy little containerized computer environments which run very, very efficiently. So it's basically a little Linux machine that is running exactly the software we want it to. So containerization of these I want to call them virtual machines, but I'm pretty sure the term virtual machine is incorrect. They're called containers, but they're basically little instances of computers running a specific operating system. In this case, it's Linux, and we're going to be doing some security testing against them. So we've deployed the machine, and it says that the IP address we can use to access it is this one right here. So we're just going to copy the IP address, and then we're going to start doing our scanning. So we're going to run our nmap scan. And an nmap scan is basically a program that can tell you which ports and services are open on a particular remote server. A remote server is basically any computer on the network that is not yours, that is not your computer. And we're going to run this nmap command very verbose to get a lot of output. We're going to run common scripts and versioning information, and we're going to run it very, very fast. So this is a pretty typical nmap command that we would run on when we were doing security testing. If there's anything you don't quite understand about using nmap or any of the syntax that we did over here, let us know in the chat. I want to explain as best I can, because that's what I'm supposed to be doing when I do these exercises. Okay, so we've got 2 ports. So this is a classic CTF exercise combination right here. We got 2 ports that are available on the target system. There's port 22, which is running SSH, which is terminal login. And there's port 80, which is running a web service. So there's some sort of web page available on port 80. And typically in these kind of scenarios, there's going to be something that we investigate on port 80 that gives us a password or a username that we can use on port 22. So we'll see if this is the case for this machine as well. But we have two choices right now. We could investigate port 22, or we can investigate port 80. So in my experience, SSH is usually not inherently vulnerable unless the version of the SSH program that is being run is very, very old. In this case, it doesn't look like it. So we're going to investigate the web port instead. So this version of Apache web server is, it looks relatively up to date. So I don't think the web server software itself is going to be vulnerable. In this case, we should probably do some enumeration. And it's the HTTP title of the web page is called Laboratory of Open Redirect. So I wonder what's going on here. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch, so we do them on YouTube as well. Let's go ahead and put on some birds. How about these birds? Okay, we're just going to take a little water break for about a minute or so. Enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. And you know, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about cybersecurity, because, well, I'm here to teach people about cybersecurity and help people get into cybersecurity. If you have any questions about how to get into cybersecurity or what roles are available in cybersecurity, any other questions about the topic, let me know. I don't claim to be an expert on cybersecurity, but if I have the answers to your questions, I'll certainly try to answer them as best I can. Okay, let's go ahead and put the birds away, and then we can continue on with our investigation. So it says Laboratory of Open Redirect. So Open Redirect is, well, it's a web app vulnerability. And it basically lets, it means that the web page will let redirections to any website occur. So this is oftentimes a vector for malware, and for, well, okay, not necessarily malware. It's usually a vector for phishing, and getting people to trust a particular website. So for example, if you've got a website with Open Redirect, you could land on the page and then be redirected to any other page. For example, if you've got like, I don't know, let's say you've got like a Bank of America maybe, and you go over to Bank of... I wonder if this is a legitimate site. Okay, so this is Bank of America. So say that you land on the Bank of America site, and for some reason there's an Open Redirect vulnerability on this site. So scammers could potentially send you a link that goes to Bank of America, and then put like a redirect, probably in some sort of URL parameter here, and they would redirect you to any other website. Maybe it could redirect you to like a fake Bank of America site where they try to get you to log in with your username and password, and then they would have your banking credentials, and that would be really bad. Thomas just says, is there something in cybersecurity with a lot of coding or automation of processes? So you're probably looking at DevSecOps, so that's developer security operations. It's not a job role that I know a lot about, but let's ask the AI about it real quick. So in cyber, what is the DevSecOps role? So it's basically helping developers secure the secure the code and of their application. Okay, so it's a role and methodology that integrates security practices into DevOps, so developer operations. The goal is to ensure that security is a shared responsibility throughout the entire software development lifecycle, so the SDLC, rather than being an afterthought. So if you're doing DevSecOps, you're basically trying to get developers to write secure code and do their testing and their deployment of their application software in a secure manner. So they do stuff like shift left security, automated security testing, infrastructure and cloud security, compliance and governance, good stuff like this. I've actually seen a few different scenarios inside of CTF challenges where attackers can insert themselves into the CI/CD pipeline and basically upload malicious code that way. So it's actually pretty wild. But I think, let me point you towards an exercise that I've done before. I think it's called CIC Don't. Cybersecurity. Okay, no, I want CIC Don't. Hold on. I think it's the lab environment. GitLab, CIC Don't. Okay, hack in the cloud. So this is basically a little...
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Let's see. Kenzo says, "I just joined what's CI/CD. I've heard about it, but I don't know what it is." So CI/CD is basically a methodology of updating your application code and then deploying the application code. So this is the link I'm looking at right here. So CI/CD, so the CI/CD or CI/CD pipeline is basically a system for updating code and then deploying code in a live environment, and it's basically the way that people update their applications online. And oh, looks like I made, man, hold on. For some reason, all of the, anyways, and never mind. I'm seeing things. Okay. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so we're taking a look at this Open Redirect lab over here, and Cyberner Dante, hello and welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. Hack the planet, indeed. Okay, so we should probably investigate this this web application. Before we investigate the web application manually, I'm just gonna give a quick brute force attack. So brute force attacks are basically, well, in this case it's not called brute forcing, it's called directory busting. It's basically a method we can use to try to figure out which endpoints are available on a particular web application. So in this case, this is running on an Apache server. We should probably look for these different file extensions. CI/CD automates the deploying and testing of code. Very simply speaking, yes, it automates deploying and testing of code. That's a better explanation than I could have given. Okay, so we're going to be using this this tool over here called FerrixBuster to do our directory busting. So we're basically trying to figure out what directories and other endpoints exist on this particular website, and we're going to use a standard list, and the standard list has a bunch of common directory names and file names in it, and the one that we like to use for these kind of exercises is called Directory List 2.3 Medium. The last thing we do is we provide a bunch of file extensions we can look for, like HTML, TXT, zip, PHP, etc., etc. So we're just going to run FerrixBuster in the background while we investigate this website. So it looks like, you know what? I think this is just Maybe we shouldn't be doing this. Maybe we shouldn't be doing this machine because it looks like it's just it's an education lab. So it's an education lab. It's got laboratory 1, 2, and 3. This is not the challenge that I was looking for, but let's go ahead and access it on the web page just to make sure that this is what we're looking for. Okay, so this is not the type of challenge I was looking for, but this is a challenge where you could test your web app hacking skills. I don't think we're specifically here for web app hacking skills, so maybe we will skip this exercise and we'll move on to the next one. But this is basically a bunch of laboratories for exploring the Open Redirect web app vulnerability. And let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and shut this down, and then we'll do the next challenge. We might come back here if I ever do like a deep dive on Open Redirect for web app hacking. Okay, so the next one is PN. Let's download this challenge. Okay, is it is it gonna let me download it? Okay, so it's PN. There's it's 305 megabytes. The nice thing about these Docker container challenges is that they're usually not very large. If you're downloading virtual machines are usually like several gigabytes large, and it's much slower time downloading the things. Okay, we don't need to do Ferrix Buster here anymore. We're going to shut down the Docker container, and then we're going to delete the container, and then do the new challenge. Okay, so let's get rid of this stuff. And then let's unzip the new challenge, pn.zip. And then let's use the auto deploy script. So we need to make the auto deploy script executable, and then run the auto deploy script with pn.tar. Okay, so we're deploying another Docker container now. And for everybody who speaks Spanish, estamos desplegando la máquina vulnerable. Espere un momento. Tell me, let me know if my accent is okay. I do not know Spanish. I have learned a few words of Spanish because I've been doing exercises with a lot of different Spanish language hacking platforms. Okay, let's go ahead and check out this new machine. We'll do an Nmap scan again. Weird Fox says hi. Hello, Weird Fox. Nice to see you here. And let me see if I can. Anyways, let's do our Nmap scan. So we're going to do an Nmap scan again. Thomas just says, sounds better than my Greek. I have no idea what Greek sounds like. I actually don't know. I've heard a lot of other European languages. I know what German sounds like. I know what Italian sounds like. I know what French sounds like. I have no idea what Greek sounds like. I should probably do some research on YouTube or something. Okay, so what do we got? There's only one port available on this box. So this is running Apache Tomcat. So Apache Tomcat is a version. It's a web server that runs Java. So Apache Tomcat is a web server that runs Java. It's kind of notorious for being vulnerable as far from a security standpoint. Weird Fox asks, are you doing disk image analysis? So we're not doing disk image analysis. We had to push back the digital forensic stuff. We're going to be doing our digital forensic stuff on Wednesday. But we are doing some Linux hacking right now. So we've got a Linux box. We deployed it to our network via Docker, and we're going to try to see if we can hack our way into it. So Apache Tomcat. What we can do is we can check to see if this version of Apache Tomcat is vulnerable to some sort of known hack. So we're just going to use the search exploit tool, and we're going to see if maybe not. Maybe it's not, but let's see. Let's just try version 9. Okay, so we do have some hacks for version 9. I think Apache Tomcat version 9 is pretty... This has got to be pretty recent. I need to check. Let's check to see what the latest version of Apache Tomcat is. Hold on. Thomas just says, just so many vowels in the Greek language. Everything sounds the same to me. German or English is so different from Greek. Okay. So let's see. Tomcat 9. So it looks like Tomcat 9 is the most current version. Weird Fox says, I've tried on... Okay, it was easy. Okay. Well, I mean, hacking against purposefully vulnerable environments and hacking against like real life environments, they can be very different. But let's go ahead and, before we manually enumerate the Apache Tomcat server, we should probably do our Ferrix Buster again. So Ferrix Buster, we're looking for PHP pages, and we're looking for some other Java-related endpoints as well. Okay. Wait. What port was it running on? It's running on port 8080. So here's the other thing about Apache Tomcat, is that Apache Tomcat usually runs on an HTTP proxy port, like ports like 8080. Let's go ahead and access the thing. So this is going to be on port 8080. Weird Fox asks, can you suggest a way I can learn Python to create my own tools for ethical hacking? Yeah. Hold on. Port 8080. JS or JSON file. So we're dealing with Java, and I think Apache Tomcat uses its own special Java file format, which is, I think they're called WAR files. Learn Python to create my own tools for ethical hacking. So the first thing you need to do is you just need to learn Python in the first place. There's a useful Python course that I like to recommend, and it's from Skills for All Python. Right. So this course is called Python Essentials 1, and it's sponsored by Cisco, which is a really big networking company, computer networking equipment company. You can check out the first course over here. So Python Essentials 1, you don't need to worry about the cost of this course because it's a free course. It'll take you about 30 hours to complete. It's very, very in-depth, and if you study it, you will start to understand Python very, very quickly, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, that's, if you want to learn Python, this is the course, if you're a beginner. Let's go ahead and do some scanning with Ferrix Buster. Weird Fox says, I'm a cybersecurity student and I have their networking course. Oh, are you talking about Cisco networking course? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, it looks like we got some So we're doing our enumeration of the Apache Tomcat application here. So another thing that that is kind of infamous as far as Apache Tomcat is concerned is that there's a set of common credentials or like default credentials that we can try to use to log in, either as the administrator or the manager user. Let's go ahead and try that. So we're going to try port 8080. Okay, so Weirdbox says, I want to create my own tools instead of being a script kiddie. I would say start your cybersecurity career as a script kiddie. There's no shame in using other people's tools. I would say that if you're using some sort of tool to automate something, you should understand how to do it manually first. So if you're talking about SQL map, so SQL map automates SQL injection, and a lot of people use it. Before you use SQL map to automate all of your SQL injection, you should probably learn how to do it manually first. And if you want to learn how to do some manual SQL injection, I've got a pretty good try hack me room that I can recommend. Or sorry, you weren't asking about SQL injection in particular, but yeah, learn how to do, if you're using a tool, learn how to do the thing manually first, and then use the tool, because then you'll appreciate the tool a lot more. Okay, so what were you doing over here? So we're taking a look at the Apache Tomcat application here. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we need to try to figure out if there is some sort of default credentials happening here. So we'll just try to click on the manager app. It's going to ask us for a password. So it's usually going to be like something like admin Tomcat or Tomcat admin or something else. I think what we need to do is we can do some metagaming. So metagaming is basically predicting a pattern in a particular game or exercise. And the pattern that we need to realize for this particular challenge is that there's only one port open to us on this box. So there's only the Tomcat port open to us, which means if we want to get into the server, we can only get in through port 8080. And that means we're going to have to somehow find a way to compromise the web application, and then run some RCE hack to get us in. So, I think I've done something similar before, and I'm going to look back on my notes. Let me look at my notes for just a sec, because I'm pretty sure I've done a brute force attack against Tomcat before. Okay, so we got Volnix. I think I did the war. Let's see. There's a script for brute forcing Tomcat default credentials on GitHub. And let me go ahead and get the GitHub link. Okay, so let's take a look over here. So this is what happens when you do enough of these CTF exercises. You encounter the same thing over and over again. So this is the script I'm going to be using. This is basically in FFUF, Fuzz Faster You Full script, that runs with Bash. So it does test each HTTP basic authorization username password combination on the endpoint. So this isn't necessarily only for Tomcat, but it can be used to do brute force attacks against basic authorization. So WeirdFox asks Hydra. No, not Hydra. We're going to be using the FFUF tool to do this brute force attack. So let's go ahead and we're going to copy the script, and let's go ahead and write the script. Let's see. So we're going to be brute forcing. What is this? What is the file called? Fuff basic auth. Okay, let's paste in the script. Okay, so this script will use FFUF to do some brute forcing. And what we need to do is we need to get a list of default credentials for the Apache Tomcat application. I think we can find this in seclists. So this is a repository of different word lists that we use for security testing. And let's see, Tomcat. Okay, so web content Tomcat all levels. Let's see, we've got better default pass list. Better default pass list. That sounds like a good time. Let's copy that over to our current directory. So copy this to our... Okay, so these are the combinations over here. So these are a list of common... So these are usernames and passwords, and this follows the basic authorization format, where username is here, and then there's a colon, and then the password. We're going to be feeding this into... WeirdFox says, okay, I'm glad I can learn a lot. I wish there were more people like you in this world with mindset to help others. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm here to help as best I can. I'm not a master hacker, or I'm not a cybersecurity expert. I'm just a person who wants to teach stuff. And I do love hacking. Hacking is a pretty cool thing to do. Let's go ahead and figure out how to run this script. Okay, so it's FFUF, basic auth, usernames.txt, passwords.txt. So the problem is that we have a combined list over here. So we're going to have to split this out into two lists. How are we going to do this? So let's go ahead and nano. So first of all, we should probably rename these things. Actually, we're going to copy Tomcat password list, and we're going to call it passwords.txt. And then we're going to rename the same file, and we're going to call it usernames.txt. So I think what we can do is we can just try to get what's on the other side. Let me hold on. So passwords. We're going to try to get only what's on this side of the colon, and we're going to call this the passwords. So let's go ahead and do that. So cat passwords.txt, and then we're going to pipe that into Hackers of the World. Hackers of the World unite. Yeah, hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, and separate by colon. We're going to get the second field. Okay, so these are the passwords. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to redirect it into pass.txt. Okay, and then we're going to get the usernames.txt. We're going to do
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Thank you for thank you for the hack the planet, Grolden. Yeah. Okay, this time it's going to be the first field. Good. and we're going to save that out to users.txt. Okay, good. Weird Fox says, I heard that Canva is implementing a way to write code without any coding skills. Write code without any coding skills. That sounds like vibe coding. That sounds basically like asking the AI to write code for you. That's dangerous. If you've got like if you use the AI to write a bunch of code, you ask it to create a script in Python or something, and it does it, but you don't understand what the code actually does, that's not great. That's not great, because if there's something wrong with the script, then when it breaks, you will not be able to debug the code. And basically, don't try to take shortcuts for learning about programming. Lots of people use AIs to help them do code, but it's as an assistant and not as like a primary code writing tool. That's the thing. Golden asks, what movie can I watch about hacking and all the stuff? All the stuff. But what's a movie I can watch about hacking? Well, I don't know. A lot of people liked Mr. Robot. Mr. Robot is pretty good. What else can we recommend? the Hackers movie. War Games is a pretty good movie about hacking. The Matrix also has like a couple of segments about hacking, but it's mostly an action movie. Mr. Robot, yeah. Let's see, Mr. Weird Fox says, it feels illegal, now I'm scared if I won't get any job after my graduation. So if you're getting the AI to write all your code, you're not going to be able to get a coding job, or a code that, or like a job that depends on programming, because the interviewers are going to ask you questions about the code. And if you're not able to answer them, then you're not going to get the job. Oh, we got an ad. Okay. Sorry. I talked throughout my my ad break. You guys, watch this bird. Oh, no, watch this squirrel. We'll be back in just about 15. So Thomas just says, you can use AI for being lazy while coding. You just have to understand it. Chat GTP, it builds a lot of yeah. So the other thing you have to understand about using AI to write, especially longer bits of code, is that it doesn't necessarily do it in the most efficient way. And if it actually gets it done at all, it can be very, very buggy. Don't get me wrong, AI is very good for doing like little short pieces of code, and it's very good for explaining some things about some concepts about programming. If you don't know very much about programming, it's a great learning assistant, but don't rely on it too much. Weird Fox says, is AI really going to take over our jobs? It might happen in the future. It's not happening right now. Give it a few years. I'm saying that eventually AI will be able to do low-level developer jobs, but it's going to take a few years for that to happen. Golden says, nah, never. Well, it is a very good learning tool, Thomas. I agree with that. I think eventually it'll get there, but not quite yet. Okay, so we got users and we got passwords. Okay, so cat users.txt. Okay, great. It can be really good helpers, but not take over jobs. I'm not gonna say never. I'm gonna say it'll take a while. So we're gonna run this script over here. We probably need to feed the script we probably need to feed this script to a URL. So let's take a look. Brent Carney says, reliance on AI by developers is actually halting the progress of AI development, ironically. That's really funny. Yeah. So the... Brent Carney, hey, welcome to the stream. Why don't you have a Nyan Cat? It's the meme that never dies. Okay, so let's see. You know what the funny thing is that where in the script does it take in a URL? Okay, so let's see. So usage example, test each HTTP basic authentication username and password combination in HTTPS TPS example.org endpoint. So we run it like...
Is this a hacking?
Is this a hacking? Hey. Anytime you're typing on a terminal, you're doing a hacking. Let's see. So let's go ahead and grab this. So we need to feed this into FFUF. Where we're doing here. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's see. Weird Fox says, Kenzo says, I think you're fine as long as you have some decent projects and have attended a few hackathons before. Got an internship since they also pick up on some other stuff like mobile dev.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, so what are we doing here? So we're running the FFUF program, and we're also, let's see. We need to supply the URL of the application. So the application that we're looking at is the manager endpoint. So the manager endpoint is this link over here. Let me go ahead and copy that. Grolton is going to get their Amazon package. Great. Okay. Okay, so this is the endpoint that we're going to be fuzzing against. Let's go ahead and run the script and see if we can get a match. HTTP authentication strings take a while depending on the length and usernames and passwords. So... Okay. So Thomas just says, are you doing online courses too? If not, you should consider it. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm trying to teach a few different courses over here on the live stream. Usually during the first hour of the live stream, I'll be doing like something to do with the HackerFrogs after school program. And we were supposed to start the digital forensics course today, but I guess it's being pushed back due to some organizational problems. That's fine. Okay, so it looks like these are the basics for encoded versions of the basic authorization. And I think what we need to do is we need to filter on the size. Because the size over here is, all these failed attempts are $24.99. Let's go ahead and filter on size. $24.99. Okay. Let's see what happens. Although I guess we really didn't need to. We didn't get anything. Huh, okay. Well, let's take a look and see if we managed to find anything here. So we're looking at Ferrex Buster. Ferrex Buster did some directory busting. We've got manager, we've got examples. Configuration. No, these are all 403. What else do we have? So this is the landing page. I guess what we can do is we can go back to the application and then check to see if if there's anything in the comments. So sometimes there's some funny things hiding in the HTTP comments. Let's see if that's the case here. Looks like that is not the case here. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that the brute forcing didn't work. But maybe I'll give it a go one more time. How can we adjust this? Maybe we need to get a different list of passwords. Hey girl, nice to see you here. Oh, you know what? Huh, there was another word list that would, out there. Hold on. Let's locate Tomcat. Yeah. There's this stuff right here in the forbidden framework over here. So default pass and default users. I should probably be using these word lists instead. Let's copy these over. Okay, so we'll try running the brute force attack again. Hold on. Forcing. But we'll use... What were the names of those files? Tomcat Manager default. It's users and then password, right? Yeah, users and then password. These are the users, and these are the passwords. Whoa, that didn't take very long at all. It looks like we really don't have default credentials on this application. Where do we go from here? Let's see. You're not authorized to view this page. Secret, huh? Tomcat secret? Maybe I'll try that one manually just for fun. So Tomcat. Yeah. Unless I... It could be that I'm just doing this brute force attack incorrectly. But anyways, let's take a look at... Docs API. Manager example. Release notes. Configuration. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll try this endpoint to see if we can get anything here. So access denied, you're not authorized. Web applications content.xml file. Okay. So this gives us... I'm wondering. I wonder what happens. I wonder if we get anything funny if we send a curl request and take a look at the Divus Modernus Leben says, which box is this? This is the PN box. You know, the name of the box might be an indication. So this is the name of the box. PN means this is a specific flag in Nmap, right? This one right here. For no ping check, yeah. Maybe here, maybe the AI can give us some funny advice. Modish says, I have to leave now. I really enjoyed my time here. Okay, great. Go over the VOD tomorrow. Have a great night, everyone. Hey, have a great night, Modish, and let's do a Hack the Planet to see you out. See you next time, and have a good one.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so we're doing CTF Linux hacking challenge, and the web app.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Web app is running Apache Tomcat. Let's see. The name of the challenge is -PN. What could this have to do with how we hack it? So it's talking about port scanning and service detection. So PN is a common flag in Nmap. You know what? Maybe we should be running the PN flag to scan this box. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so it's all the same stuff, only we're adding the PN flag. Oh wow! When we added the PN flag, we discovered an extra service. We discovered an extra service. Initially, it was just 8080, but now we found this FTP. Why would it only show up when we do the PN? That's Usually, we only run the PN flag when we're running it against Windows boxes, because Windows boxes usually are sometimes configured not to respond to pin packets. Grolden says, "Can you explain what Nmap is?" So Nmap is a port scanning tool. So basically, you can use it to scan ports on remote servers to figure out which ports are open and on which remote servers. So yeah, Defus has a good suggestion. Let's ask the AI why it would detect the service with PN. So we detected an additional FTP service on the server when we used Nmap with the PN flag. Why is this? Okay, so if you detected a FTP service after using the PN flag in Nmap, here's what happened and what it means for your challenge. So host was blocking ICMP. By default, Nmap sends ICMP echo requests, that is ping requests, to check if a host is alive before scanning ports. If the target blocks or filters ICMP, Nmap assumes that the host is dead and skips scanning unless forced to with PN. So the FTP service was always running, but without PN, Nmap never scanned it. That still doesn't answer my question. The server might be configured to ignore drop ping requests, but still respond to TCP connections. So I guess they would send a ping packet to each port? What is going on? Anyways, let's check out FTP. We'll figure out what was going on. That's not how it works. Okay, Thomas just says you can scan for open ports, the services running on the ports make OS guesses, and so on. Yeah, Nmap can do all those things. So let's check out the FTP service. So this is using FTP, and anonymous login is allowed. Okay, so anonymous login is allowed, which means that we can just log in. And it also tells us that there's a tomcat.txt file in there. So we can just waltz on in, FTP at this address, and then log in as anonymous. From here we can download this file, get tomcat.txt, exit, and then read the file. Hello Tomcat, can you Hello Tomcat, can you configure the Tomcat server? I lost the password. Okay, well, it looks like we can brute force. So brute forcing is back on the table. We know what the username is. So the username is going to be Tomcat. And we just need to use a password list. So it's probably not going to be one of the default passwords. We're going to scan. We're going to run our brute forcing attack with the RockU list. So here's what we're going to do. So how do we run this script if we have a set username? Okay, so what's going on? So username. Well, I mean, I guess we don't necessarily need to change anything. We just need to make sure that there's only one name in the users list. Thomas just says, how long did it take you to start learning cybersecurity to actually start working as a cybersecurity specialist? So let's see, how long did it take? It took about a year and a half. It took about a year and a half for me to go from starting cybersecurity to learning to working in as a web app pen tester. Of course, I didn't get the job through traditional means. I used a lot of social networking. So I basically learned. I got in good with the cybersecurity community, and they were able to recommend me to an employer. Full-time learning, yeah, it was just me sitting down and learning cybersecurity 7 days a week. But let me edit where I go in the word Tomcat and redirect it to tomcat.txt. Actually, no, not tomcat.txt. tomcatuser.txt. Okay. Thomas says, like hands-on mentality needed. What was I doing? I was I had to learn about networking, and I had to learn about programming. I needed to learn everything all at once. It took a really long time, but I was very passionate about learning cybersecurity stuff back then. And it was also the pandemic, so I didn't have anything better to do. And that's how I was able to learn about cybersecurity in a pretty quick way. Defus says, I think basic auth brute force is easier using Hydra. Maybe. I don't think I've done that before. I should probably look it up. Let me see if I can find it. So Hydra, basic auth, brute. Okay, so brute forcing basic authentication with Hydra? Sure. Oh, this is a paywalled article. Funny. Okay, so this is brute forcing HTTP basic authentication with Hydra. Okay, let's take a look at this one. And what I'm looking for is just a command. So the command is going to be is going to be this. Okay. So let's see, word list equals something. Okay, let's try this out. Are these? Oh wow, okay. I don't think this is what I'm looking for. Hold on. Let me try asking the AI for a little bit of help. Okay. We are trying to brute force. Actually, wait. Before I do this Hydra one, let me try doing it with the script first. Let's see. Thomas asked, "Did you get any degrees or certificates for what you learned in this 1.5 years?" No. Actually, no. I did. I got my EJPT certificate from what was it called? From eLearn Security. I don't think eLearn Security exists anymore, but I got that certification, and I did my training for OSCP. I didn't pass my OSCP, but I got my training for it, and I did I attempted the exam once, and that exam kicks everybody's butt. Well, it doesn't kick everybody's butt, but most people who take it for the first time don't pass. Okay, let's go ahead and run the script. So the username is going to be Tomcat user txt. The password list, we're just going to use rocku. So it's going to be user share wordless rocku.txt. Okay. Let's see if this works. Okay, that's a lot of requests. I am going to need to modify this pretty heavily. So this is probably going to take a long... Hold on. Let me take a look at the... Yeah. Okay, I'm going to quit out of this. I'm going to filter on the code 401. Then this is going to take a really long time. So I'm just going to leave this alone for a little while. Okay, so let's see if the AI can help us do the brute forcing with Hydra. So let's see, we're trying to brute force basic auth with Hydra, and Hydra is a brute forcing program. We know the username is Tomcat. what is the command syntax? Okay, so let's see. Break down to the flags. So I'm pretty sure, I wonder if these are GET requests, right? We don't need to use POST requests for this kind of basic authorization. I should probably check, just in case. I'm going to check with Burp Suite. Burp Suite is basically the tool you use for web app security testing. Sometimes it's very useful to take a look at what requests look like inside of Burp Suite. Okay, so while Burp Suite is starting up, and while the ads run, let's go ahead and take a little water break and put on some birds. How about these birds? Okay, enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. We'll be back in about a minute or so. Okay, so let's see. We're just doing our yeah. So as far as this bird feeder is concerned, these stellar jays here are pretty much the biggest bird that show up to the bird feeder. Well, aside from the woodpeckers. The woodpeckers are a little bit bigger. And when the stellar jays show up, the other birds have to scatter. Okay, let's go ahead and put the birds away. Let's do some more hacking. Okay, we got Burp Suite over here. We're just going to open up the Burp Suite browser. And the great thing about the Burp Suite web browser is that everything that goes through the web browser is going to be recorded by Burp Suite. We're just going to record trying to do our GET request. I suppose it really would be a GET request if we're going over here. Hold on, let me get the link. Okay, it's looking for a password, Tomcat. How about Tomcat? Okay, doesn't work. Unauthorized. Let's take a look at what the traffic recorded. So the great thing about Burp Suite is that all the requests are going to be recorded, and if there's any request that you wanted to replay over and over again, you could send it over to some tool like the repeater, and then manipulate the information inside of your request and then resend it. In fact, we could probably get a brute force attack with Burp Suite as well, but the problem with Burp Suite is that the free version of Burp Suite is very, very slow as far as brute force attacks are concerned. Anyways, let's see if RedXT says, I remember when you had to fiddle with Firefox proxy settings to get Burp Suite to work. Browser was a genius feature. Yeah, I hated well, okay. To say I hated setting up the Burp Suite proxy through your web browser is a bit of a over-exaggeration, but it wasn't super fun. It's a lot easier just using the Burp Suite browser in the first place. Okay, I think we don't need to fuzz this anymore, so let's stop fuzzing this. We're already going to be doing some big brute force over here. And I guess just getting ready to do the brute force is taking up a lot of processing time because it has to base64 encode each one of these password combinations with their usernames. And I guess that's taking a long time because it's a bash script. I wonder if we could rewrite this script to be a Python script. It would be a lot faster. But I don't know. Maybe maybe turning all of the bash scripts into Python scripts isn't a good idea. Anyways, let's take a look at this clue that we got. So hello Tomcat, can you configure the Tomcat server? I lost the password. So aside from the fact that we've got a username that's Tomcat, it doesn't tell us anything. So Defus, if you've got, I think you were the one who suggested using basic authorization brute force with Hydra. If you've got a command for Hydra, let us know, because that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. So word list is, let's see, passwords, default credentials. So this one is combined. Okay, so where were... This one, right? Python in comparison to most things is slow. That's why I write in Python and ask AI to port to Rust. Huh. So this is a combined. Okay. So all I need to do is I need to not use combined. Sure. Let's see if we can figure this out. So we need to change this out. Sorry. It's going to be 172.17.02. And then it's going to be... This is W for word list, I'm pretty sure. In this case, the word list is going to be, what was it? User share word list rocku.txt. And we need to supply a username. So what is a username? Tab on username. Okay. So Hydra. Okay. So capital P, capital lowercase l, capital P. Lowercase l, capital P. Lowercase l, Tomcat. Okay. Let's give this a try. So I think we can. This is going to take forever, so I'm just going to stop with this. We're going to run Tomcat over here. Okay, so it's doing the brute forcing, which I appreciate. It's going through Tomcat, username Tomcat, and then all of the passwords in the Rocku list. So for anybody who doesn't know, the Rocku list is a list of 14 million of the most common passwords, and it's a very common list that we use when we do easy CTF challenges like this. So let's go ahead and leave this to its to whatever it's doing over here, and in the meantime we can think about all the stuff that we found so far. T1 is one thread, I believe. So should we, well, I mean, can we go much faster? We probably need to go faster because this is going to take forever. Okay, let's try 40 threads. Let's try 100 threads. Oh, okay, it has to be a number between 1 and 64. I guess we're going to go for 64 then. There we go, that's much better. Jeez. Okay. And does this stop on success? If it doesn't stop on success, then there's it's going to be a very bad time. It looks like... It looks like it doesn't stop on success. Gralden says the problem why it goes very slow is because it shows every password that they try. If not, it was going to take like 1 second. Well, let's see. I think we need to grep on... I think we need to grep on 8080 because it looks like it gives you 8080 on success. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, let's do everything here, but grep on the pattern 8080. Okay, so we found it. We found it. This is the password. Wait, what? How can it find multiple valid passwords for the same user? Let's try this one first. Oh, no. This isn't... Okay, this isn't necessarily valid passwords. These are just passwords with the pattern 8080. So, okay. So we haven't found anything valid yet. Diva says it should stop. I don't know what the I and the V does. The I and the V. We should probably look this up. So we'll just keep this running in the background. And we'll just do some investigation. So, let's take a look at the man page for Hydra. So, Diplo Heisenberg, hello, nice to see you on Twitch. I file to read passwords from default standard in. Really? V verbose mode, show login pass for each attempt. Oh, yeah, V for verbose makes sense. But the I is what? The I is... ignore an existing restore file. Okay. So this is what the I is. Ignore existing restore. Okay. So the I... Still haven't found anything valid yet, but man. Lowercase, no worries. Diplo Heisenberg, welcome to the stream. Hey, you are a fellow web app hacking enthusiast. Let's give you a fun hack the planet. There you go.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up and get out!
I should have grepped on something else. I should have grepped on HTTP something. Because this is returning too many things. Groen says, I made a Python script where you can encode, decode, multiple times if text was encoded like 15 times or more. You need to get it, decode it full. Are you talking about decryption or like some sort of Oreo Byte says everybody's streaming today. Just use it without -v, without V, and it will show only success, I think. Well, that's fine. I know what kind of pattern to look for. So it's not going to say attempt when because we're already about 10% through. We just need to wait for the rest of the things to go. Oreo Byte, hey, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. We're just doing some brute forcing. And why don't you have a desert frog? So Grolden, if you want to share your link, I think if you remove the periods in the link, then you should be able to paste it into YouTube. Okay, let's go ahead and yeah. So dash capital V is going to be verbose, and then C is for combined credentials. Okay, so Defus asks, "Are you going to hack AD together soon?" Not sure. OreoBite, you still here? Do you want to do a collaborative Active Directory hacking challenge sometime? We'll just leave this running in the background, and then we can hunt for an Active Directory challenge. So let's see. So we're talking about Windows Active Directory. So one website that I used to do a lot of hacking against was Volnix.com. But I've kind of ran out of Windows machines. There are not very many Windows machines out there in general. Why can't I send the link? So try getting rid of the periods in the link. So for every period in the link, just put in a space, and then you should be able to send it. Because after you remove the periods, then it doesn't recognize it as a link anymore. And anybody who's interested can just reinsert the periods themselves. Work upload. That's funny looking. But yeah, it's hard to find Windows hacking exercises. Mostly it's all Linux. It's because of licensing issues. But I'm pretty sure me and OreoLink we did change together, and I think we did the controller one as well. But what else? I'm pretty sure HackMyVM also has some Windows machines, but not very many. The thing is that my criteria for looking for Windows machines is that the services have to be free, because I want everybody to be able to hack along with us. Diva says, I did some VulnLab ADs lately. So VulnLab is a paid service. I'm pretty sure you pay like $15 USD a month to access VulnLab. Or is it more or is it less? But if we look at the Windows machines over here, they have a few more, but it's still not very many. Let's go back to see. Okay, still haven't found anything. Yeah, I'm not sure. We need to wait longer. We need to wait longer for the rest of these passwords to come back. Difa says 10 to 15, yes, but even the easy ones feel hard to me. That's intentional. Over at VulnLab, and I'll plug VulnLab a little bit. Sure, why not? VulnLab.com. So this is a website where you can get access to a lot of different cybersecurity challenges. They're very, very well known for their Active Directory chains, which are basically challenges where you have to compromise several Active Directory domain linked computers, and they're very well known for being very difficult. And there are people who do pen testing for a living, and they still have a very hard time doing these labs. But yeah, the good thing about these labs is that they provide a write-up. So if you get stuck, then you can look at the write-ups and then get the solution for it. Really high quality. Yeah, I learned a lot from even a single one. So I mean, if you're very serious about learning about Windows Active Directory hacking, then this is the place to go. But what else? There's another website that I recommend to people who are learning about web app security stuff, and that is echoctf.red. And this is another great website that you can go to do CTF challenges. So this is another kind of website where you have to open VPN, and you have to use a VPN connection into their network. But there's a lot of great stuff here. So there's the beginners network. There's a CTF playground with a lot of easier boxes that you can hack against. And I've done a few of these. I'd like to do more of these on stream. Maybe I'll... Is it Spanish? No, for once it isn't Spanish. It's an English language site. But yeah, I'm very well known for being a hipster who only uses Spanish language sites. Let's put on some more music. How about some... Oh, Shovel Knight. Shovel Knight's a really fun video game soundtrack. This one's a little bit too intense. Okay. Okay, so let's go back and see if we got any hits. We didn't get any hits on our on our Tomcat yet. I wonder if I'm using the right word list. Because Si, senor. Yeah. Actually, for people who speak Spanish, this site over here is pretty good. It's called the actually a good Spanish language site would be hackmyvm.eu. I think they're based in Spain. Thomas just says, "Good night, hackers." Good night. Well, are you going heading on out, Thomas? Why don't you have a Hack the Planet to see you out?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Really appreciated all the fun chat that you provided over here. Thank you, Thomas.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
It's like we got a lineup. So here's another thing that I can recommend to people. If you're all about programming stuff, then this website over here has a series of challenges that you can try to attempt to. Whoa! Thomas says 520 in Greece. Jeez, that's Let's see. The Shy Hat. So OreoBite says, "Is there such thing as evasion labs?" Is there such thing as evasion labs? That's a good... Well, I mean, we're talking about Vuln Labs, right? Or are we talking about something else? So, let's see. Vuln Labs... There's probably... Vuln Labs... Nope, it's just called Vuln Lab. Well, Vuln Lab? Just Vuln Lab. Huh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's probably some sort of evasion stuff in Vuln Lab. Let's see. OreoBite says, "What resources for practicing evasion or evasion stuff other than courses or platforms like Maldev Academy?" Maldev Academy or other. Vuln Lab is good. Maldev Academy. I've never heard of that one. But let me look it up real quick. Maldev Academy. Defus says you have Red Team Labs you can get for the $15 tier. You got Sim and stuff running, as far as I know. So that's the well, Defus has the answer for OreoByte. So VulnLab apparently has this stuff. Maldev Academy, I've never heard of this one. Let's see. OreoByte says the VulnLab Red Team and other boxes have different security solutions enabled, but AV isn't the hard part for some of the labs. It sounds like what you need to do is you need to start using your own lab environment. So basically test whatever you have against your fully patched Windows box and see if it works. So we got a malware development course, an offensive phishing course, malware database. I wonder how much this costs. Well, here's the thing. I don't usually jive with platforms that don't have some sort of free materials. Roldan says, I got sick. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you got sick, Roldan. And there's also like there's probably like a 5-minute cooldown on the Hack the Planet for each user. You can buy lifetime access. Are you talking about VulnLab or are you talking about Maldev Academy? Okay, let's see if we got our brute forcing worked. Nope, still going. We're not halfway through. Let's see, OreoByte says, should probably try and maybe finish the Red Team Labs. I'll probably spin my wheels forever with. 30 days, they don't offer 90 days anymore since they got integrated into... Wow, hey, Hack Smarter just rated the channel with 13 viewers. Welcome, Raiders. We're just doing some, we're just waiting around for some brute forcing results to come back. But thank you very much for following. Gratitude. And let's give a shout out for Hack Smarter. They run a great channel. There you go. Hack Smarter Not Harder, Crypto Ghosts, and Henna Sunflower, and who else? We got some people following as well. Henna Sunflower's just followed, thank you very much. Gratitude 2020 just followed, thank you. And we gave our shout out, right? Yeah, we gave a shout out to Hack Smarter. OreoByte says, also sad that PowerShell Empire seems like they removed the client option. Only GUI Star Killer for anybody who uses Empire C2. Thank you for following, Super 11. Super 11. That's great. That's a great username. There you go. Let's see. Fixit42. Hey, Fixit is another streamer who does stuff on Twitch. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is the Shy Hat. I do beginner level cybersecurity content here on Twitch, and I also have a bunch of walkthrough videos that I do over on YouTube. So, to anybody who doesn't know, my YouTube channel is over here. And if you're interested in taking a look at a beginner level cybersecurity playlist that you can work through and level up your cybersecurity skills, then I would suggest this one over here from Pico CTF. Let me go ahead and grab that list for the people who need it. How about this one? So here's 96 different challenges. You start at the beginning, and by the time you're finished, you know quite a bit about cybersecurity. Hopefully. Okay, so man, this is the fun part of cybersecurity, waiting for scans to come back. But Another thing is there are not so many there aren't so many Windows boxes on TryHackMe. I wish there were more. I guess there are more if you're willing to pay, but it's tough. I'm usually looking for free resources because I want to use resources that everybody has access to. If you want to do the hard Windows boxes, which hard Windows boxes are we talking about? You talking about Hack the Box, or are you talking about Vulnlab or something else? So we got Oh, you know what? Another thing that we could get into on the live stream is the PowerShell stuff. So it's called Under the Wire. Under the Wire. Hacking the Gibson, of course. Yeah. So this is a website where you can learn about using PowerShell commands. So PowerShell is Windows specific, but these are very similar to the war games over at overthewire.org, but they're for PowerShell. I'm wondering, OreoBite, have you ever done any of these? Let's do a ad break. We got about a minute to go through the ads, and in the meantime, let's watch some birds. How about my favorite birds? These are my favorite birds. Please enjoy the birds and the music. We'll be back in about a minute. I can't wait for the summertime to come back so I can see more fun little Stellar J fledglings, and then playing in the bird bath. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. Oh, and Fix It. Hey, wow, I caught your good night message a bit late. If you're still here, thank you very much for coming on in. Okay, let's look back at our brute forcing. Maybe I'm using the wrong brute force list. We're about halfway through, but halfway's not really that great. Maybe we could start another challenge while we're waiting. Okay, let's go ahead and start another challenge while we're waiting for the brute forcing to come back. And let's go ahead and use Echo CTF. So to anybody who hasn't used Echo CTF before, this is something I really want to do a lot more of on stream as well, because it's a great little platform. Of course, this is a platform where you need to use you have to use a VPN to access their network, but that's fine. All you need to do is sign up for the website and then log in via OpenVPN. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's see, I'll call this tab OpenVPN. Okay, let's go into the downloads directory. I've got my Echo CTF OpenVPN key here. Is Echo CTF completely free? I think there's a paid version, and they've got additional stuff in the paid version. They've got the subscriptions over here. Let's take a look at what the subscriptions are. Okay, so we've got the Hunter level and the Elite level, and those are €8 a month or €15 a month, respectively. I guess that means that N Del Nero 9, thank you very much for following on Twitch. You are now HackerFrog. Why don't you have a Nyan Cat? There you go. So yeah, if you sign up, you've got extra targets or extra challenges that you can hack against. But there's a lot of stuff that's here for free, which I really appreciate. Let's go ahead and access the network with OpenVPN. Okay. So we're just going to do another challenge while we're waiting for our brute force to go over here. Typical. Because this is going to take a long time. Okay, we got OpenVPN, we've got... let's take a look at some targets. So, what was I doing? We got Smithers over here. I didn't get very far in this on this challenge. Let's go ahead and check it out. So OreoBite says, TryHackMe seems to like the Windows boxes. I was thinking about, they're under the sub? Oh, there's subscription only. The Red Team's Capstone Challenge network is sub only, but I have given up on it after I had it with other users on the network breaking everything since it's shared. But Defender is enabled on that network. Huh. I think, not sure if you started the Holo network. I took a look at the Holo network and I was thinking about going through it, but I think my subscription for TryHackMe is gonna expire in about a week or so. Okay, so let's see. I don't know if this is a good challenge for me because it says that the average user spent a long time finishing this challenge. Maybe we'll try a slightly easier one. Let's try... Let's order this by number of headshots. Let's try a new one. OreoBite says, Holo wasn't bad, but it was created at a time when it was much easier to cheese the one part where you have to bypass Defender. Huh. Well, I mean, that really tells you about how far Windows stuff has come in the last few years. But let's take a look at this challenge here. This one's called Cupid Me. So let's see, intermediate rootable timed. Average headshot, wow, that's a long time as well. Cupid is imaginary, just like its security. Teehee, Cupid is an imaginary character. However, Cupid is not the only thing imaginary on this system. The box security is equally imaginary. Tickle the Cupid the right way and you'll be surprised. I wonder what the heck this is talking about. Let's give this a try. Maybe we'll be able to make some progress on it, maybe not. But there are 6 flags. Maybe we'll aim to get 1 or 2 flags. Let's go ahead and start this up. Power up the target. Okay. So the thing about also a very long average headshot. Yeah, that's kind of concerning. But you know what? We need something to work on while we're waiting for this brute force stuff. I'm pretty sure we're not going to get the brute force attack off. Okay, so let's reload the page, and we'll see what IP address we're dealing with. So this is the IP address we need to access. Okay, let's do this systematically. We'll do an nmap scan. I guess we'll rename this to brute force. And this will be the new nmap tab. Okay, so let's do nmap on this target here. So we're going to need to scan it very, very fast because we're working through a VPN, which means the scans are going to be slow in the first place. Very verbose. Okay, let's give it a scan. Because it's port 80, and because there's port 80, that means we can just check it out right away. Actually, before we check it out right away, let's go ahead and give it a once-over with Ferex Buster. So Ferex Buster, let's do I need to figure out if this is an Apache server or not. It's probably an Apache server. Let's not fool ourselves. So let's look for txt and zip and PHP and war files. This is probably going to take a while. Oh wait. Cannot connect to any target. Why? OpenVPN is connected. Let me try ping the... Well, I mean... We're scanning with nmap right now. So there's no reason why we wouldn't be able to access it with something like Ferex Buster. Hold on. Maybe we need to... Let's just access this with the web browser first. Oh, okay. This is CupidMe, and this is the page where I upload my awesome pictures for everybody to admire. What can I say? Lenses love me. Okay, and we've got some great South Park stuff. I wonder what the vulnerability here is. So we could probably... There's an upload page? There's an endpoint mentioned over here that's upload.php. So apparently you can upload to this application. Oh, and there's a flag. Here's a flag. Okay, let's copy the flag and let's submit this and see if it works. Okay, enter the flag. And it looks like this flag does not exist. Hold on. Let's try that again. That's not a valid flag. Funny. I wonder if it's because of this right here. So apparently there's an upload endpoint, so we should probably check that out. Okay, let's check out the uploads.php endpoint. It's getting stuck. Okay, let's do our directory busting. This is going pretty slow. So the nmap scan only found port 80 so far. It says that there are 4 ports open though, according to nmap. gonna take a while to scan this thing. But you know what? Maybe we can take a look at the. Oh, okay. This is an Nginx server. Okay, so this is an Nginx server. Oh, it's not uploads, it's upload. Gotta spell everything correctly, everybody. Okay, /upload.php. Huh. So upload. Well, sending a GET request to upload.php just redirected me here. That's fine. Let's try some. Let's try some curl and see if there's anything funny. Huh, that's funny, we didn't get anything. Something about the... Yeah, the connections aren't so good on this box. Still haven't been able to find anything for the other box. Okay. Let's go back and let's try to access the page using the Burp Suite browser. Okay. And the question is, where are these images? Let's put that in a new tab. So the images are saved directly in the web root. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on in Burp Suite. Okay, so looks like form action upload.php method post, select image to upload. So this part right here instructs us how to do a post request to upload something to the server. And I guess we know that there are PNG files here, so maybe we should start checking for PNG files with our scans. Huh. That's funny. We found these PNGs over here. We found index.php, upload.php. We found images. Let's take a look at the images directory. Okay, I'm not in the mood for this music. Let's put on some other music. How about some cyberpunk music? Defus says you can just edit the page in the web browser tools to reveal the upload form. Let's see. edit the page in the browser tools. Hold on, where? Here? Here. Okay. So let's go ahead and we'll try to see what's going on. So the browser dev tools, we're looking at the console. Or the network tab. This is much more mellow music. This is much better. Oh, I see, I see. I don't necessarily see the upload form, though. I wanted to check out the images directory. Oh, this is forbidden. Okay. Okay, so what does it say in the hints? So in the hint it said, Cupid is an imaginary character. However, Cupid is not the only thing imaginary on the system. The box security is equally imaginary. Tickle Cupid the right way and you'll be surprised. So, what does this mean? Tickle Cupid the right way. So are we talking about URL parameters or something else? The other thing I want to figure out is what other services are available in the box. And we were scanning with Nmap, but Nmap only tells us about port 80. If there are any other ports available in the box, we would have learned about them already. So I guess that's not something we should be looking out for. So how do we turn this? At Inspector, you can just edit the HTML and remove the comment characters. Oh, okay, okay. I don't think I've done that before. Let's give it a go. Okay, I think it was in the footer. No? Yeah. Okay, so can we edit this out? Looks like we can't. Right-click on the P. Right-click on the P. Edit as HTML. Okay. So that means we can get rid of the comment tabs over here. Ah, okay. This reveals the upload form. Let me see if I can do this in the Burp Suite browser. So if we do this in the Burp Suite browser, then we can start doing some, what is it? Wow, this is not very big. Okay, let's make it much bigger. Okay, we'll do the same thing. Inspector, elements. Here, okay. Well, today I learned. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Divas. Oir. Hello. Nice to see you here, Oir. Nice to see you're having a good time. We're just going to edit out this. We're going to edit this stuff to get rid of these tags. And then we can activate this form, hopefully. Okay. All right. So we're going to try to upload something. Choose something to upload. I'm guessing, well, we'll try something legitimate. We'll try this PNG here. Okay, so it says MIME type not allowed. Please upload an image JPEG file. So we need to find an... Something tells me that there's something suspicious about that array right there. Sigwatch. Nice to see you here. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. How about we give you a Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so something tells me that something about the way that this PHP code is coming through tells me that it's vulnerable to some sort of filter bypass. But I should probably get a legitimate JPEG file just so I can test this. So where am I going to find a JPEG file? Small JPEG. How do I know which ones are small? How about, okay, well, if this is a JPEG, it's probably small. And is it a JPEG? It's probably a JPEG. Let me try saving this out. Oh, this is a PNG. Somebody lied. Hold on. Where can I find a sample JPEG file? Sample JPEG download. Okay, great. We need something really small. So let's see. Download sample JPEG file. This is going to give me a virus. This is 100 kilobytes. Well, if it's actually 100 kilobytes, then we can use it. Sample JPEG. Sample.jpg. Okay. Okay, now let's try uploading the dang thing. We'll go in here and we'll do the same thing again. Okay, let's get rid of the... This is hacking, folks. Hacking good time. Okay, so we've activated the upload form. Let's go ahead and upload something. Sample.jpg. Okay, select upload. The maximum supported file size is 39 bytes. So we need to find something that is smaller than 20 bytes. I don't know. Let's need to navigate away from this page. Sample JPEG 20. Let's just say 20 bytes. $39 bytes is not a lot for a JPEG. Probably not. We probably need to use, like, you know, magic bytes or something to do the filter bypass. Okay, we got ads on the Twitch, so ads on YouTube as well. And let's go ahead and put on one by one gray pixel is 125 bytes. I'm sure it could be. Alright, we're going to take about a minute of break, and I'm just going to have a little bit of water in that time. Enjoy the lovely bird playing with this peanut. Okay, so that means we have to find a way to trick the system into uploading a file. So can we create a JPEG file that what is the smallest size of JPEG? The main space savings is only to have a Huffman table, although this is slightly smaller than the... Okay, so there talk about the wrong MIME type, so maybe it's enough to change that. So wrong MIME type. I'm pretty sure we can go over to Burp Suite and take a look at the post requests. Post requests. So it also had Okay, let's try uploading something and make it smaller. I'm pretty sure we can make the content smaller. Let me make this bigger. Let's send this through the repeater. So content length. MIME type is content type. So content type is over here. So the content type is correct. We need to, maybe we can change the content length over here. And we need 39 bytes. 39 bytes is, well, I mean, we could make this, we could say that it's anything. So let's just say, I don't know. Is that 29 bytes? Content length. We can, I mean, can we lie? Can we just lie to the application? So the magic bytes in the JPEG file is just this section of the file. We can just delete everything else and see if we can get away with uploading this. Huh. This isn't a very big file, but still, there's a lot of information in here. Hold on, maybe I can go all the way down. Yeah. Okay. Highlight this all and delete it. Cypher Enigma, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so let's see. Disposition, something something, sample.jpg. That's a chunky file, yeah. So this is just the file header, and let's see if this can make it past the filter. I'm gonna send this. It's a success. File uploaded, images sample.jpg. Okay, so can we actually access this? Where are we over here? What? Okay, having trouble finding that site. Images slash sample.jpg. Keep the content type, change the file extension, place a PHP web shell smaller than 39 characters into the body and upload it. Need the slash after the IP and the URL. Oh, you're right. You are right. Okay, it cannot be displayed because of contained errors. That's fine. So let's go ahead and get a web shell. So let's see. I think I've used like the same web shell over and over again. Let's see. PHP web shell one-liner. I'm pretty sure I download the same thing over and over again. Here we go. I think this is it. No, this is still too big. Hold on, I think PHP reverse shell one line. Tiny web shell, okay. Hold on. Let's specify it needs to be small. Get 0. Get 0, probably as small as it gets. But what is the URL parameter name in that case? Oh, 0 equals ID. Well, so if that's the case, then in this request we need to include. Do we need to do the? We need to do the closing bracket, right? We need to do one of these. And we need to change the file extension. So let's do file.php. Okay, send this. Okay, so it's saved as sample.php. Let's see if we can get it to work. PHP 0 equals Deefus, you devious guy. You devious guy, it works. It works. Okay, so in this case, we need to do some enumeration. So what directory are we in? We're in images. And what's in the directory? Okay. Is there a flag in here? Gitkeep. Gitkeep? I've never heard of Gitkeep. So do we need to get shell access yet? Maybe we should hold off on getting shell access for a little bit. But let's see. But it's always fun to get RCE in a system. Let's see if we can actually get a shell. So we kind of forgot about our other machine that we were testing. I'm pretty sure it timed out. Because we don't see anything showing up here. That's okay. Let's go ahead and try to get some shell access. It seems like rockU.txt wasn't the right way. I guess not. I guess not. So let's set up a netcat shell. So we're gonna do rl wrap, then netcat on port 443. And let's figure out which reverse shell command is going to work. Let's figure out if we've got netcat. Okay, we've got netcat. So maybe we can use the netcat reverse shell. Whoops. Revshells.com. This is a site that we can use to generate reverse shells with a bunch of different programs. And before we do that, we need to figure out what our IP address is on this network. So for ton 0, which is the network that is connected to Echo CTF, it's going to be this IP address. Let's go ahead and plug that in to RevShells. Then let's do actually BusyBox is a very nice web shell if we can get it to work. First there has to be BusyBox on the target. Let's check. Okay, there's no BusyBox. Okay, well, that's fine. We'll try something else. How about the named pipes? This is the named pipes netcat shell. Let's see if it works. Let's plug it in. Okay, it doesn't look like it worked. Yeah, didn't work. Okay, let's see. So BusyBox didn't work. Let's try a simple bash reverse shell. Where are we? Here? Okay. .404 not found. Oh, did they delete my... Was my reverse shell deleted? Sorry, was my web shell deleted? Oh, look. Looks like... Huh. Looks like the file was deleted. I had to confirm this. So let's try look at sample.jpg. This is the other file that we uploaded. So it also says not found. Okay, so it looks like what happened to this box? So the box is still online. It's just that the file was deleted. I mean, if we uploaded it once, we can upload it again. So let's just go back to Burp Suite and upload this thing again. Okay, so we should be able to just go back because we uploaded the thing again. Okay, we're back in business. So let's see. Let's try this bash reverse shell. Don't think it worked. Nope, did not work. Let's try no BusyBox. We do have netcat. And try this super simple netcat one. Looks like that worked. Okay, so we got a connection. We're the www data user. Great. Alright, so let's call in Scary Hacker Voice Man. We haven't seen Scary Hacker Voice Man in a while because we haven't broken into any servers. But let's go ahead and call up Scary Hacker Voice Man. Let's talk about how we got in.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Cupid Administrator, it looks like you had a hidden upload function on your website, and the hidden upload function failed to filter out PHP files. That was a big mistake. We managed to slip in our own web shell, and then we got reverse shell access. Maybe you knew about these security flaws on your website, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, that was Scary Hacker Voice Man, everybody. Haven't seen that guy in a while. Anyways, let's go ahead and figure out what is going on this web application. So we got challenge.php. The Linux developer says that was something. Well, you know, you have to have some special moments in the stream, otherwise people aren't going to remember. Okay, so challenge.php, that's funny. That's funny. I wonder what this is all about. Oh, there's a flag. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and submit this flag. Let's see, where are we? Here. And welcome to the stream, the Linux developer. You're from SnowXCone stream, right? I saw you chatting in there, and welcome to the stream. If you're, we're doing some Linux hacking right now. We just broke into the web server. We're trying to figure out how to escalate our privileges. Snow and a few others, yeah. So if you're, have you ever done any of these challenges before? Let us know. Because what we need to do now is we need to go ahead and figure out what other services are on the box. I wonder if there's netstat. Netstat. There's no netstat. CTF says few, but not many. No problem, no problem. You might be able to help us out, because we need to figure out how to elevate our privileges on the box. How about this PHP file? So this is, I think there's a flag in here as well. So this is the flag. We're just going to copy and submit this. Great. I prefer system administration and programming. What is the OS version? So we can look that up in just a little bit. Yes, awesome. Target will shut down in an hour. I'm pretty sure we'll be out of here in an hour. Hopefully, we'll be out of here in an hour. Okay, what is the OS version? So it's like uname.a, right? Uname-a. So this is Linux 6.1.026. This is a Debian system, okay. Deb 6. Debian 6.1.112-1. So what do we need to figure out? So we need to figure out what other users exist on the system. Usually, whoever's in the home directory is going to be a legitimate user on the system. So ETS CTF. I think we've got read access to the directory. That's not supposed to be a thing. Okay, so we got bash logout, bash rc profile. Nothing super special here. Nothing that we can definitely take advantage of. I think what we need to do is we need to figure out... Actually, wait. There's Python on this box. There's probably Python on this box. So we can use Python to upgrade our shell a little bit. So we're just going to give this classic command right here that all the hackers use to upgrade to a more interactive shell. Okay, good. So from here we can try to figure out if we have any sudo permissions. We probably don't have any sudo permissions because it's probably not designed that way. So thank you very much for the link to the CVE. I don't think if there's a CVE from 2024, it's probably not the intended. It's probably not the intended path, but it's something to keep in mind. So thank you very much for the link. What else can we do? We can check for SUID binaries. So we're gonna look for. If there are SUID binaries, we could potentially use them for privilege escalation. I don't think these are vulnerable. I don't think these are vulnerable SUID binaries. But you know what? We should probably check. So an easy way to check is to just feed this list to an AI and then have it tell us if there's any unusual SUID binaries in the mix. So we could ask here, are there any unusual SUID binaries in this list? GTFO bins is nice too. Yeah, I would follow up with GTFO bins if we found anything that's potentially unusual. So expected potentially unusual SUID binaries. I'm pretty sure sudo is a regular SUID binary. Okay, so if you could mount arbitrary file systems, you might be able to elevate privileges. rarely... Okay, unless misconfigured. Let's check for mount. So GTFO bins is the place we go. If it's a normal SUID doesn't mean it's not. Okay, okay. Let's go ahead and check it. Mount. So the only... I'm pretty sure this isn't the intended path, but I don't know. This is for sudo, not SUID. But you know what? We'll do a little more looking around first. So we'll go into the op directory. Sometimes there's some funny stuff hiding in the op directory, or maybe the cron tab file. So it looks like there are no real interesting cron jobs on the system either. Another thing we can check out is the running executables, so the processes. Local bin. I can take a look in local bin just after this. So what are we doing here? So PHP something something Nginx. That's the web server. Nothing jumps out at me. But anything in local bin? That's a good question. Looks like there's no local bin. Let's take a look at the etc password file to see if there's anything really weird in here. Oh, there's a flag. A dot local bin. Dot local bin. Oh, home local bin. Let me check that out after I submit this flag. Okay, where were we? Here. It's another flag. I've got 3 flags now. 3 flags found, 1 service discovered. 3 flags. Okay. So, what was it? I mean, there's no home directory for the www data user. So there's no .local bin in here. It's probably nothing important in any of these files, but I guess I could try reading all of them just in case. Okay, this doesn't look super fruitful. The bash RC. Oh, you know what? There's usually flags hidden in the environment variables. Ad starting in just a little bit. Hold on. Let's see, echo. Source that bash RC. Source. So what was it? var env, right? The env command will show you all of your stuff. Okay, so home. Present working directory, home. Nothing super interesting. So I don't think there are any other flags in here. Actually, maybe I should. What other directories are in here? So we own this directory. We either need to do some lateral privilege escalation or something really weird has to be configured in the shadow file. There's no no dice there. No dice there. Grep it for CTF. Yeah, that's probably a good. Temp direct. Oh, the temp directories are good. 187. Hello, nice to see you here. Let's see if there's anything in the temp directory. Nothing in here. The only other thing that we could do is we could try some. We could upload our privilege escalation script and then give it a go there. Okay, ads running. Let's do the ads. Let's. Thank you very much, Hacks Hobgoblin. Hey, just raided the channel with 8 viewers. Welcome, Hacks Hobgoblin. We're just taking a little break. We'll be out for about a minute. We'll have a little water break, but let's talk about this in just about a minute or so. And thank you very much for following Rov444. Thank you. Welcome in, raiders from Hacks Hobgoblin. What was Hacks Hobgoblin getting up to today? Let's give them a shout out. They are another cybersecurity oriented live streamer. So Hacks Hobgoblin, there we go. Critique on YouTube asks, what are you doing here, education or experiment? So we're just doing a little exercise over here. We've never seen this one before. Are you in extra groups? Are there local network services running? Yeah, we're just we're just bird watching. This is what we're doing. No, we're not bird watching. We are. Sorry, I just need to bring back. Okay, groups is a good idea, right? Yeah, so we're just doing some groups. We're not part of any special groups. We just broke into this web server here. We're trying to figure out if we can do some privilege escalation. This is an educational exercise. We're not doing any malicious hacking. Thank you very much. But we're just trying to figure out how to elevate our privileges now that we've broken in. And let's see. Are you in extra groups? Are there local network services running? So I think it's SS is the command, right? So we got port 9001. I have no idea what's happening there. We've got another port, listening port on this. I have no idea what that might be. 25. 25 is that? Hobgoblin says, how's it going? Sorry my raid is weird sometimes. Did you say something when I read it? yeah, I said welcome in raiders, and I was wondering what you were getting up to on your stream. Probably something Windows related. Something Windows hacking related. That's my guess. Thank you very much for following Legion777. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, so because I don't want to spend all day sitting around here, I'm just gonna try. I'm gonna try using my privilege escalation script to figure out what's going on. So let's go ahead and find the script first of all. I think I've got it in my downloads. It should be linp's fat. Here you go. Let's go ahead and host this. We're gonna host this on a Python HTTP server. Let's do that, and then we can download. The linp's privilege escalation file from my server here. But before I do that, I should probably double check my IP address. So this is my IP address. Okay, so we're gonna wget http my IP address, and the file is called linpeasfat. Where are we? Here. Okay, paste it in. Then download the sucker. Okay. So even though this is a privilege escalation checking script, it's not a guaranteed win because you need to know how to read the output of this file. First of all, we should make it executable. It's a chunky script. It sure is. It checks for all of the, well, it checks for all of the common privilege escalation vectors, and it'll report them back to you. But half of the battle is learning how to read the output without going blind. Okay, so we've got this cute little graphic over here, and we need to figure out what vectors we could use for privilege escalation. We need to keep in mind that anything that is red-yellow is absolutely a privilege escalation vector. If something's red, we should take a look at it. But there's lots of stuff that's red that is completely false. So we need to keep in mind what is more likely to be a privilege escalation vector and what's not. So no network discovered capabilities. Pseudo version might be vulnerable here. So 1.8.27. So I should probably keep track of this. I hate doing kernel exploits because doing kernel exploits makes the it usually makes the system unstable. But I should probably keep this in mind just in case. Copy this in some sort of separate file. Okay, let's keep on going. We've got a bunch of hacks that let's see. CTF sometimes have intentionally old kernels. That's true. That's true. I've seen. We're getting more suggestions for this pseudo exploit. So the pseudo exploit might not necessarily be a kernel exploit. We might be able to. I'm not too sure. Okay, pseudo what? Pwn feedback. PW feedback, okay. What else? ASLR, rootless Docker, capabilities. So, no, okay. So you got the running processes. So we might look into that pseudo vulnerability if we don't find anything else in here. We got something running on 9001 on port 46027. No idea what those services might be. 25 is 25 the SMTP or the email server? If that's the case, we should probably look for emails. Let's see. So you got an access.log and error.log. Uncommon password files. I don't think these are uncommon. SSH configuration file. So if we had some interesting users that that could potentially SSH in, then maybe, but not in this case. TMUX sessions. Tmux sessions. I'm not using Tmux. What the heck is going on here? Open shell sessions. You know what? I'll make a note of this. Because I'm not using Tmux. I don't know what the heck is going on here. There might be some credentials or something like sitting around in the terminal. Who knows? Okay, I don't think I'm... Okay. Unexpected in entry point.sh. So this is a Docker container, because we got the Docker env directory. Entry point.sh. I should probably check that out. Okay. Backups. Web files. Password or credential files in home. Nope. Okay, let's... Now that we've tested this out, maybe we should check out this... what was it? Temp directory tmux? Temp tmux 33. Did I create this? I'm pretty sure I checked out... tmux 33. This might have been created by using linps. I'm not sure. No, this is a file. Oh, no. Yeah, there's nothing in here. Well, it was worth looking at. Oh, there's also the entry point shell script file. So we can't read this. It's kind of useless for us. I guess we should take a look at the sudo version. So let's see. Sudo version. So sudo version 1.8.27. Okay, let's do a search. Okay, we got a security bypass, some sort of Python script over here. Let's take a look. Okay, and let's take a look at the script. This bug is fixed in sudo 1.8.28, but this is not 1.8.28. This is 2.7. Okay, so this is all quoted out. So this was sudo u. Ah, okay. Get current username, input current username. Check which binary the user can run with sudo. We can't run any. Execute exploit. Okay. Well, you know, we can give it a shot. So I guess we would, we can just upload this thing to the target. Same way we did with the other thing. Before we do that, I need to get the name of the file. So the name of the file is this thing. Okay, then we can set up the Python web server and then download. Probably want to go into the temp directory to do this. Okay, so what was the download for this previous thing? This. Okay. Download the Python file, and then .py. Current user name www.data. Oh, you know what? I should put that in a string. That's probably why it didn't work. I need a password? Unknown user, unable to initialize policy plugin. So this didn't work. Password for funsies. Password for funsies, you mean just put in any old thing? Hold on. What happened here? Whoops. The command password. Changing password for, well, you need to input the current password. So unfortunately that's not going to work. But that was that's a fun little that is a fun little thing you can try. Yeah. Okay. It requires a specific sudo configuration. Yeah, so maybe not. What else do we have to look at? I don't think I discovered anything else. So we need to, maybe we need to figure out what's happening. Time to check POCs. Maybe. So there's... Maybe I should check out the weird network services that are running on... Oh, I should also check the email, right? So var... Is it var mail? Okay, there's nothing in here. Thank you very much for following Slow-Mo J on Twitch. Thank you. And why don't you have a Stellar's J for Slow-Mo J. Because we've got these listening ports over here. They look kind of suspicious. 46027. Connection refused. But why? How about 9001? Okay, 9001 didn't give us anything. What about 25? Whoops. $25? Yeah, this is email. So can we... What commands do we do for email? I used to know this. Hold on, let's look it up. There's probably something on Hacktricks about this. So Hacktricks is... Oops. Hacktricks is a great little repository you can look for all sorts of great hacking advice. SMTP, I think it's called SMTP, right? Port 25. Okay, no worries. Maybe we'll raid into snow a little bit later, but see you later, Linux developer. Okay, let's look for port 25. SMTP. Okay, let's take a look at this. Okay, so the basic actions we can do is we can do some banner grabbing, basic connection. After that, we can do what? Internal server name information disclosure, sniffing, brute force, okay, so it looks like we can actually access the emails maybe. So first of all, we connect and then we do hello. So let's see. Hello? Hello requires domain name. So what is the domain name? Is it cupidme.echocity-f.com? Okay, so pleased to meet you. What can we do from here? How do we get our mail? Automatic tools, okay, DNS reports. Sending an email from the Linux console. Sending an email with Python. Mechanisms. Qualifiers. Subdomains. Okay, time to cheat. Okay. We have access to a SMTP. You don't usually get mails over SMTP, more like POP3 or IMAP. You send emails using SMTP. I mean, I want to figure out if it's possible to receive emails using SMTP. What commands can we issue to get more information? Can we receive or read emails or look in the inbox? Okay, so hello, verify, EXPN, expand a mailing list rarely works. Set sender address, check if recipient exists, start composing email, close connection. Enumerating valid users, verify. Well, I mean, I don't know if this is super useful, but we could do something like V. How do you spell that? VRFY. VRFY. So this is not a valid command. Okay, so if verify is blocked, try mail from EXPN. Attempt to expand mailing list, EXPN all users. Can we read emails? So, okay, so Defus has it right. By default, SMTP is for sending emails, not reading them. However, if the SMTP server is misconfigured, Open Relay, you might be able to send emails impersonating others. Check for Open Relay. Okay, so I think we need to stop looking at SMTP because it looks like this isn't really going anywhere good. Let's get out of here. Quit. Okay, what were the other ports we were looking at here? $9,001. This one. We've tested both of these. We got port 80. Okay, so I think we might be we might be ending soon because it's getting pretty late over here. But let's take a look and see if there's anybody fun streaming over at infosecstreams.com, which is a great list of people who do infosec and do live streaming. If you're interested in taking a look at this list yourself, you can do it over here. And it looks like, well, I heard from our good friend, the Linux developer, that that another one of my friends is streaming right now, and they like to do leak code stuff. So if you're interested in, you should focus on the Docker, I think. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll probably be coming back to this because I want to get those points. But for now, we're gonna be ending off, and we're gonna be raiding into our friend SnowXCone. And when you arrive at SnowXCone's channel, if you could give this raid message over here, OSFrog, hip hop, hack OSFrog, then I would really appreciate it. Thank you. We'll be back on Wednesday. We're going to be starting our digital forensics course, and we're going to be starting earlier, starting on Wednesday. So we're going to be starting at 3, about an hour earlier, and I hope to see you all over there. But let's go ahead and start the raid for SnowXCone. She does gaming, she does chatting, and she does leak code stuff. So if you're interested in leak code, might be the place for you. But before we go, let's do one last Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Alright everybody, I hope to see you on Wednesday when we're going to be doing digital forensics, and we're also going to be web app hacking stuff, like as if we don't do it all the time anyways. Anyways, have a good rest of the week, and we'll see you next time.